Hello, everyone, and welcome to the official Action RPG live stream. My name is Aaron, owner and operator of the YouTube channel Action RPG, and we are officially in pre-show, kind of. Now, normally pre-show before the podcast, we're coming up with questions. We're figuring out what we want to ask the person we're interviewing. Today tonight on the Town Portal podcast, we are bringing on Andre, the community manager for Torchlight Infinite, and we're going to grill him on all things Torchlight Infinite. But that being said, my main game,
the fun has arrived.
The show, my numero uno is, of course, Last Epoch. And Last Epoch's Cycle 2 Update 1.1, Harbingers of Ruin, drops in 5 days and 17 hours. And when you look up here, today we had the quality of life and more update, and we had the race drop. Oh, that's not the link for the race. And we had the race drop. Let's effing go. I'm so excited. Oh man, am I excited. Where is the link for the race as well? We got... Oh, bam. So this
that's pretty good.
Hey, that's pretty good. Pressing Pickle, thank you for the Prime sub, 2 months. Who is this guy? What Primalist should I play next cycle? Shaman? I can't tell you what I plan on playing next cycle. I still cannot tell you. Maybe for the patch notes. Maybe on patch notes, I could tell you. Thank you, Preston. Damn it, I tried. What's up, Little? On YouTube. Hello. Robo, what's up? Guilty, hello. Orange, hello. Pell, what's up? Brow, yo. Pickle, thanks again. Log out, such great changes. Orange, hello. Man, so obviously we had what's new. This was the post that came out 8 days ago. Talks about evade, talks about the nemesis system, talks about the new pinnacle boss. This is old news, because today we got this post. This is the quality of life and more. Blessings. So it's actually funny. The blessing. I actually didn't know they were going to take it this far. Any blessing option you ever get goes into a blessing codex. Oh, it's so nice. Oh, it's so nice. A blessing codex coming in 5 days. Stop. Not only is it a blessing codex, it is also shared account wide. What? Yes. Ladder improvements. There is now going to be a new race to level 100. So who is the fastest person to level to 100 and what build did they use? So for the racers out there, you now have another thing to race for. That's crazy talk. What's up, Ace? I actually liked my lightning totem shaman with healing totems. I really liked the first character I took to level 100. We'll see. Now you could take it to level 100, and it's a race. That'll be fun, right? I know. Monolith Search is coming. It's just this one is small, but people will definitely notice it. When you have these huge webs and you're target farming helmets, you're looking for idols, you're looking for keys, you're looking for experience books, you can now just quickly search your web and it'll show you the rewards you are looking for. Loot filter improvements. You're going to be able to add multiple affix conditions to a singular rule. And more importantly, you're going to be able to filter by Weaver's Will and Legendary Potential. Race? Nah, that's not for me. Me either. Me either. I see actually from streamers why it would be extremely entertaining. I totally get it. The last Epoch streamers that I've seen on Twitch, they're all timing themselves and they're all running it right now to see how fast they can get. That's fine. The filter changes are going to be so great in the late game. Oh, for sure. For sure. Because you can also put in Weaver's Will. Don't show me anything under 15, right? Because a lot of the Weavers, you find a 10, 11, whatever, you don't pick them up anymore. For some people. Item factions. Now, listen. We're just starting the stream. It's only been 5 minutes that I've been on camera. I will say I'm a little disappointed because the Discord and the forums and probably Reddit, people are like, blah, we don't know, but it's a nerf. You nerfed COF, and we want PoE trade. It's the kind of stuff I've been seeing. It's like, what are you talking about? Aaron has succeeded. He's going to get me to play Disintegrate. That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear. Best filter in any game. Stay offline. Stay off the forums. You will lose brain cells. Top 3 suggestions for up-and-coming strong classes for casual players. Buddy is looking to try LE, and I want him to get hooked. Honestly, if you want him to get hooked, you give him one of the 3 new classes. You give him a Warlock, a Rune Master, or a Falconer. Just because the visuals, the skill trees, the gear, it all plays really, really good and really smooth. So it's up to you to know your friend to select one of those 3 that he would really like. You said yesterday everybody hated on trade in LE. Now you say, people, it isn't enough. You can't make up your mind. I want to theory craft some combo builds. I will miss the free duplication as the max tier reward, but I'm always excited for the more chances at new stuff. That's fair. That is fair. In the faction system, they have added 2 ranks. So instead of 1 to 10, it is now 1 to 12. In Merchant's Guild, they have just spread it out. It's like not like there's anything new. But the big takeaway is that the time it takes you to achieve maximum rank in 1.1 cycle 2 is quicker. So it's quicker to get to rank 12 than currently it is to get to rank 10. For some reason, people just continue to miss that point. You are also getting a bonus to your faction favor, or your bonus to your favor gain based upon your rank. So if you are rank 12, you will get 60% increased favor. So more favor and quicker ranking. Will level 10 be transferred to level 12? That is an excellent. Guilty. That's a good question for Friday with Mike. I have no idea. So if you've hit 10 and you've been 10 for a month, which means obviously you would be 12, will that transfer? That's a great question. That's a great. Thank you, sir. Now, Circle of Fortune. There has been 2 ranks. All the ranks have basically been moved. Well, not all of them, but a lot of the ranks have been shifted, and they've added 2 new ranks. Okay. Exiled Mages at rank 7 drop twice as many experimental items, which basically means 2. It normally drops 1. Now it'll drop 2. That is new. And then rank 10, bosses have 150% increased drop rate for any specific rewards they have. So you get a huge bonus for boss targeting items. Hey, what's up, Dav? I do think that the changes in MG are not that good, but not something I wish to cry about. But there isn't any changes. Right? I mean, there's no changes. Skoji, break it down for me. You hush, you got the hat. Do you mean like how Lilith statues transfer, or do you mean like 10 rewards become 12? He means 10. So if you were max 10 and now max is 12, does it give you 10 or does it give you 12? It's a good question. Because 10 is quicker than 12. That's a really fair question. 12 ranks and split stuff, that should have been 1. So, I mean, I guess they wanted it to be even, right? Since Merchants Guilds and COF are even, they wanted it 12 and 12. But again, they tried to make it where it shouldn't matter because getting to 12 is faster than getting to 10. So they did take, so just so you know, Skoji, they did take that in. That is why they added that in there. So the time it takes to get to rank 12 is quicker than the time it takes to get to rank 10. So just keep that in mind. They really just balanced them out and then made it quicker. But I hear what you're saying. Leave it 10, just not touch it. And to get to 10 takes longer than it will be to get to 12 now. So would it be fair to put 11 to 10 into 12? But then you have problems down in the system, yeah. The T7 one was way too soon. You can buy unique weapons and offhands with legendary potential in the bazaar. Previously ranked 6. Are you talking about in COF? Exiled mages drop twice as many exiled. I posted this in Ellie's Discord under bugs and such. But as of late, I've been getting hung load screens and or disconnects. Do you know if this is going to be fixed in 1.1? I missed the last dev stream. I haven't seen any of that, so I can't answer because I have not gotten that in the community tester, and I have not gotten that while streaming. Oh, the one that gave you T7 affixes. You're talking about this one. Yeah. Previously 7, they moved it to 9. That really is a good one. It really is a good one. But ultimately, ultimately they gave you 2 extra positives. They gave you 2 extra positives. Exiled mages drop twice as many experimental items, and bosses have 150% increased drop rate. So any way you look at it, Merchant's Guild is practically unchanged, and Circle of Fortune gets 2 additional bonuses. Yeah. For example, they split exalted weapons and armor. That is okay, but rank 8 for MG makes no sense since you are already unblocking the weapons and armor. So what's left? Rings, relics, necklace? I think that's dumb AF. Got it. There is not really any good experimental other than the speed. Speed is what I need. I always look at experimental affixes as free affixes. Since it's a guaranteed seal, it's just free. They're just it's free modifiers. That's how I look at it. Moving on from the faction system. Oh, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of good experimental affixes. Some are build enabling for sure. Or like after you use a traversal skill, gain haste or gain frenzy or whatever it is. There's some good ones. But again, they're just free affixes. Now, Gaze of Orabis. All right, everybody, Gaze of Orabis. Now, previously, to get 48 corruption, you would need 10 Gaze of Orabis. Now you will need 4. Also, if you die to a shade, you only lose 1. That is nice. That is nice. The cycle is egg and crab. It's going to be amazing. Also, party leader. If you are party leader, or I'll just read it. We also know that gaining corruption in a party has been less than optimal. Is that only the player who starts the echo would earn the Gaze of Orabis, and that has been changed to now all players, as long as you have as long as you have the stability, the required stability. So if you do play with a party, it's going to be a lot quicker as well to boost corruption. Sounds like a good meal. Egg and crab. That actually does sound like a good meal. What's up? No pressure. I did start a new giveaway, everybody, as well. So in Twitch, type in ! giveaway. Now we'll get to the fun stuff. Channeling skills. Now maybe, just maybe, I have been working on a Disintegrate Rune Master. Maybe. Pew, 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 pew. Maybe. Not because with fireballs. Not because I knew anything. I just want to, we just taking wild guesses. Just rolling the dice. Cajun, just rolling the dice. You heard it here first, folks. What? What did I say? Meteor. I know, Meteor's going to be ridiculous, too. Okay. A D1 dice. That's true. That is true. Channeling skills. Okay. This actually makes perfect sense. So follow me down the logic of thinking. Previously, channeling skills, while you were channeling, you could not regain mana. So you'd have to finish channeling and then stack your mana back up to then re-channel again. So you have a couple of options. 1, try and get the channeling cost to 0. 2, try and get some mana leech to get it back, or stack a ton of regen or use like a skill like focus to pop your mana back up so you can go back to channeling. So you would actually be punished as a channeling player for using mana regen, even though you would need mana regen. So now you think about Warpath, right? You think about, I think about channeling Nova, channeling Fireball, channeling Disintegrate. Now mana regen works while channeling. So you could stay channeling a lot longer, and then you are not being penalized as a mana regen user. Corlin, thank you for the Prime sub. I never used channeling, never understood the concept. Lady Medusa says, yeah! Woohoo! So when we come over here, podcast kicks off in 2.5 hours. You will see that I have mana regen, mana regen, mana regen, mana regen. Double on both my rings. So now that regen can counter, because right now I'm not regenning mana. Obviously, it's just going down. Now you can counter it. Oh, it's going to be so nice. I cannot say or... I cannot confirm nor deny if I have been playing Disintegrate Source for Cycle 2 or not. But it appears to look a lot better. Woo! To podcast incoming, podcast night. We did the technical test last night with Andre. It should be a lot of fun. Just got in, Aaron. Wouldn't the new multiplayer change mean that you and your friends could only fight a boss one time together instead of both of your bosses? This being because your stability is in your timeline is consumed? I don't know. That's how it reads. It is now the D4 players are screaming, it is like D4. The mana regen will work with Warpath in 11.2. That would be something that harms the multiplayer experience, giving less drops. I don't know. No, it's way better, trust. Oh, the mana regen will work with Warpath in 1.1. It'll work with all channeling skills. It'll work with all channeling skills. Now, updates. I love this visual right here. The first little purple line. Does it not look like Ghostbusters? Look at that. Come on. That is straight Ghostbusters. For sure. It does. Don't cross the streams. Now, I will say that Disintegrate 2, I can't put it into words. I don't know if it got like a visual overhaul. It just feels and functions so much better. Like, truly fun to play, and you're going to be able to maintain tier 2 and tier 3 while going in between, while moving. It's really nice. It's really, really nice. If you invite after the patch, we can cross the streams. Okay, good. Looks like Arcane from D3, to be honest. I believe they compensated with the prophecies. Yeah, but that means the player has to be a COF player. We now need a party of 4 mages, each using Disintegrate. Okay. It will not be my first build. Listen, I consider myself an honest person. It will not be my first build, but it will be a one of my first builds. If not, my second build will be Disintegrate, but it will not be the first thing I am playing. Okay? But we will be making... No. What I have publicly said, and I can't say anything any further, is that I will be playing a Primalist. That's all I've said. I haven't said anything else. I will not confirm anything else. You guys can guess all you want. I will be playing a Primalist first. Aaron is playing an Avalanche Shaman, calling it Avalanche. I want a Maelstrom Warcry build to feel really good. Everyone's saying Avalanche. You guys are funny. Totems, hand down. Golem Storm with the new Avalanche node update. You guys don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. Disintegrate. Let's read Disintegrate. Channel a beam. Channel to create a beam of pure energy. In the target direction, the beam deals fire and lightning damage to all enemies caught in it. Mana cost, cooldown, channeling cost, scaling tags, lightning fire spell, damage over time, channeled, and intelligence. Increased damage per intelligence. Added damage applies at 480% effectiveness. This is up from 300%. So Disintegrate is getting some good love. It's getting some good love. He's strength stacking spellcaster with that new sword, though, right? I know. The only thing that sucks is that if they would have flip-flopped it and you got spell damage from attunement, it'd be one of the best items in the game. Because then attunement would scale with smite and the base spell. But they did that on purpose. They knew it'd be too good. They knew it'd be too good. Who's that? Pay to win. Thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you so much. Great name. Great name. Tonight for the podcast, we have Andre on, the marketing director for XD and Torchlight Infinite. You could say, hey, my name is Pay to Win. I heard Torchlight Infinite's Pay to Win. What do you think about that? Snow crabs falling from the sky. Long live COF, but risen. Most likely there is balance for merchants as well. Snow crab is totally a build. Pay from the Sanctum Market here. Oh, what's up? I like the Sanctum Market. I hope there's a piece of that they left out on purpose or accident. I can't see how it benefits in any way at all outside of what players can do now. They already help each other beat bosses. Marvel Strike Force would love to hire you. Risen, listen. This is the best advice I could give you. There's so much good in this post, and it is impossible to make everybody happy. It's just impossible. Focus on the good. Try and step back for a second, put yourself in their shoes, and be like, okay, 90% of players.
I don't need it.
90% of players haven't even made it to empowered monoliths. So just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Aaron will play the Ghetto Storm Totem to try and revive my favorite build. That's a good idea. Yo, Aaron, how does one get your mount in Dwarven Realms? Yeah. I got you. My mount in Dwarven Realms. One sec. All you gotta do is ask. You find my house, and when you find my house in Dwarven Realms, put in that code. Aaron RPG $, and you'll be good to go. Look at that damage. Dude, Disintegrate's so much fun. I feel a little sad that they didn't show off the tree, because there's some nodes in here that haven't been talked about yet. Stuff, what? Okay. Before we continue, let me just quickly say, we've had 2 of the big posts. The only post that is coming now is the patch notes, okay? Yes, obviously, all the big stuff has been shown off, all right? But there is still stuff not shown. Money Dude, thanks. Hey, you're welcome. I'm the most excited for Disintegrate. NDA is getting blurry. All the people who hung out in voice chat and Discord we helped to empowered last cycle. That is good. That is good. Make sure you're in the Discord. Will LE11 be better than Wilson? That's not possible. Yes, it'll be better than Wilson. Okay. Is that the best picture we have? What can I possibly say? Okay. No, there's too much crap on the sync green. If you looked at this image and then you looked at Disintegrate in game, it's very different. It's fine. It's impossible. I can't say anything. You're not gonna know, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But Disintegrate's gonna be awesome. Disintegrate's gonna be awesome. You could run it only lightning, you could run it only fire, or you could run it both. Hey UA, how's it going? Doc, will last Epoch be better than Wolson? I will say yes as long as the servers work for cycle 2. How's that? Now, this is an interesting node that they showed off. If you love Fireball, Frosty's gonna love this one. When you stop channeling Disintegrate, you cast Fireball at nearby enemies twice per second spent channeling up to a maximum. Which basically means that I played full price for Wilson, so did I. Did someone summon me? Damn it, Frosty is here. The new Disintegrate node makes it where basically, if you put 3 points in here, when you are done casting Disintegrate, up to 3 seconds, you will cast 6 fireballs. You will cast 6 fireballs. Fireball storm on channeling end. You could do that. It'll cast 6 of them. Look at Frosty. Damn! This singular node. Okay, ready? Here's the clip, everyone. This singular node on the Disintegrate skill tree, not on the Fireball skill tree, is more technical than the entire Fireball in Diablo 4. Okay, I'm overwhelmed. I quit. Frosty's done. Frosty is done. It really is. It really is. It's not even on the skill tree for Fireball. D4 skill and Para needs an overhaul. Yeah, I know. You just gave Frosty his next video. No. That passive has more than all of D4. By the way, everybody, here at Action RPG, any level 2 hype train, the polka music will flow until the hype train is over. But I'm gonna owe you the 5 minutes. We're gonna go through this post, and then I'm gonna owe you the 5 minutes. All right. And just in case you're curious, it is podcast night. Me and Frosty will be bringing on Andre in 2 hours and 16 minutes, and it should be fun. Guys, I'm still confused on the new cycle. Do cycle characters just get erased, or do they automatically move to legacy? I'll answer that question in a second. It's okay, Aaron. Finish the LE hype train first. All right. All right, we'll finish Disintegrate. I'll answer your question before we go to Shield Bash. All right. Who's the guest? The guest is Andre. Andre is the community manager for all of XD, but more importantly, Torchlight Infinites, whose new season drops tomorrow. Yes, their new season is on the 4th of July. If you look at the...
Welcome back, everyone, to Torchlight Infinite.
This is Andre. He actually did the entire intro and video for the season announcement. So he will be with us tonight. Frosty, you rock. Tune in to see Andre's new special super secret haircut. That's true. What's up, Humble? How are you doing, sir? Nice backdrop for Andre. Let's hope he brings the same backdrop. He looks like a beefed up Linus. Oh my gosh. By the way, Blade Hammer. Hold on a second. I'm going to write that. I don't want to forget that. Do you know Linus from Tech Tips? Linus Tech Tips? Is that right? Right? Oh. Also, someone already asked me, do you listen to M music? Oh, do you like Slim Shady? Okay. This podcast is going to be a lot of fun. Once we're within an hour until podcast, we'll kind of switch gears, talk a little Torchlight Infinite, and I want to start building out questions for the podcast. So if you have questions for Andre, we'll kind of go through that. Linus has some hoop earrings as well. Oh my gosh. Have fun on the podcast going to the movies. All right, Luz. Thanks for coming by. All right, let's continue. One of my first builds will be Disintegrate. It will not be my first build, though. All right? It'll be a Primalist. Moving on! And thank you, guys. Level 2 Hype Train. We made it to 94%. Thank you guys so much. Now, Shield Bash. All right? Just to be clear, I have not done any tests on Shield Bash. So if anybody asks, how does this feel? What are your thoughts? I have not tested it, okay? I have not tested it. That being said, Shield Bash in the past has been definitely on the weaker side. We were very excited when this skill was introduced because it's one of the newer Sentinel skills, but it's basically just been used for stunning enemies. That's the whole idea. And now you're going to be able to use it as an actual offensive ability. So Shield Bash is getting a complete overhaul. So if there's any shield fans out there, I use Shield Bash in my Fire Paladin build. It's a nice backup skill to stun. Exactly. That's what people use it for, is to stun. Very excited to watch your new video. I dropped 2 videos today. But yeah, it'll break everything down. So Shield Bash, again, is getting a full update, and you're now going to be able to actually scale it into a damage dealer. So you're going to be able to give it no cooldown, which you could already do that. You're going to be able to scale damage based upon block effectiveness. And you're going to be able to scale attack speed up to 50% per your block chance. 50%. And more. And more. To Andre, will fire be better supported for Gemma? That's the type of question he's not going to know the answer for. But, submitted. But wait, there's more. I'm still under NDA. I will say, EHG, you know I love you. You know I got your guys' back. It is 5 days until the patch. 5 days. Being under NDA and not being able to talk about what's coming in 5 days sucks so bad. Sometimes that's the kind of stuff that's just so hard for me to understand. I get it. A month out, weeks out, but 5 days, it should be just say whatever the hell you want. I don't know. Hey, what's up, Burn Division? Flenzer, what's up? Tekken, hello. Sucks that the cycle starts at the end of my staycation. Oh, that does suck. That does. So you've been on vacation and literally you go back to work on the 9th? That sucks. That sucks. But wait, there's more. Humble, you got plans for the 4th tomorrow? That's what I'm playing. Had already started making something with Shield Rush, Shield Bash, and Shield Throw. Maybe it will be better with the changes in 1.1. There is one thing about Shield Bash. I am just like, tip of my tongue. Skoji, you will likely be happy. Okay. Aaron, have you played last Epoch? If yes, What impressed you the most? Oh, have you played Last Epoch? If you have, what impressed you the most? Hey, that's fine. If you want to start peppering in Torchlight questions for tonight, keep them coming. Questions submitted, in. Done. All right, I have to go for now. Everyone have a great night. Hey, Risen, thanks for coming by, brother. The 9th is the start of my staycation. 1 whole week of LE. That is awesome. That is awesome. You can trust Aaron with your bank account info. You could. I feel as the quality of life could have been a cliff note or passage in the patch notes, but nevertheless. You think so? You think? Parade, cook with the family, and fireworks at the lake. Dude, we have a very similar day. Tomorrow we have a parade in the morning. Then my whole family is coming over for dinner, and then we're all going to the big fireworks show at the park. That's pretty close. Lake's more fun, probably. The lake is more fun. But I heard you got sick on the 9th. Might as well enjoy the game while you're sick. Damn it, you got sick, Burn Division. How are you going to be able to go back to work? That's a good question. How are you going to figure that out? Can you not make it so gotcha? Hold on a second. Solo. Is that a question or a statement? Happy 4th to all the Americans out there. We already celebrated Canada Day here on Monday. The day the U.S. kicked us out for being too polite. That's right. Get out of here. Do you know the 4th of July actually the wrong day? Here we go. Don't make me bust out my picture again. Don't make me do it. I'll do it. I'll bust out my 4th of July picture from last year. Cough, cough. Humble, you didn't see my picture. My family, we take 4th of July very, very serious. This last That's awesome. You like it? Ad. Oh, sorry, Solo. My job would not like that. My job's 6-day policy sucks now. They changed things up on us. Used to have 5 days a year, but now only 2, and you get written up for calling out in a 3rd time. I don't remember how it was. There used to be, if you have a doctor's note, you can't get written up, but I think they dumped that. Even if you have a doctor's note, you could still get in trouble for calling in sick, right? I think so. We may or may not have matching outfits for our children, and I have the red, white, and blue eagle shorts. Nice. I like that. I like that. Okay. Moving on. Avalanche. Now, yesterday, or maybe the previous day, I was talking about there's no new skills coming, but there's a lot of skills that might as well be new skills. One of those is Disintegrate. The other one is Shield Bash. And then the one that nobody talked about, that there was nothing leaked for, is Avalanche. Avalanche. Right? And not to be like hyperbolic, not to be over the top, not to steer you the wrong way. It's practically a new skill. Like, the entire skill tree has been changed in multiple ways. In multiple ways. So you're now going to be able to trigger Upheaval. You're still going to be able to channel it. Double boulders. Storm stacks. And I can't talk about other parts of the tree that I really enjoy that has also changed. Hello, Mr. Aaron. Hello. Time to change jobs. Did the monsters version of Avalanche get updated to this new one? What do you mean, monsters? Necrotic Avalanche, I told you. Time for shaman. Are you potentially talking about my extremely innovative new build I brought to the masses for cold stone elemental ice cream golems? Is that the question that you are asking? Golem Storm, named Golem Storm. I cannot confirm nor deny if anything has changed for Golem Storm, seeing as how nothing is shown in this post. All I can say is that a majority of the skill tree has been changed or updated. Moving on from Avalanche. But Ice Cream Elementals is a better name. It's too long. It's too long of a name. Too long. 40s, you don't know. You don't know. Oh, maybe larger golems depending on the size of the boulder. I don't know. Okay, I'm sorry. I shouldn't lie. I don't want to lie. I do know. I can't tell you. The only reason why I'm still working that job is because it's a 5-minute commute. Cold Stone Elementals. Yeah, we like Ice Cream Elementals. We like that. Avalanche is gonna have a cool conversion unique bet. Maybe, maybe not. Wait, I'm going to be sad if our little buddies are gone. I just got that build to 85. I cannot confirm nor deny if our little buddies are gone. The funniest part, if nobody knows what I'm talking about, exclamation point LE. Build guides. There was a build during Subathon that we were talking about in theory. And I want to be as clear as possible. We were talking about in theory as a joke. Like, yeah, no freaking way. Cold Stone Elementals. And there's got to be a picture of them. These are Avalanche Golem minions. Okay. And we had as many as 50 at one point. When an avalanche hits the ground, there is a chance that the avalanche, when it hits the ground, turns into a minion. So you set avalanche to channeling, you run, and as the avalanche is following you hitting the ground, you are creating a massive army. It's a fun build. And when I put this build out into the world, I legitimately had multiple, not one, multiple people that work at 11th Hour Games for Last Epoch and said, we did not know this minion existed because it is a singular node on the bottom, kind of hidden in the avalanche tree. It's so damn old. They're like, we didn't even know you could make a golem from a shaman. Yeah, you can. So, I am not saying that this is getting updated, but I'm also not saying that it's not getting updated. We're just going to have to wait and see. Just going to have to wait and see. Back, my daughter's addicted to her bike now, and her training wheels are off. That's so fun. That is like the funnest time. I feel like when you have kids, it's you go through levels of speed. So, right, it's can't move. To now they can roll. Like roll over on their side. And their world gets a little bigger. And now they can crawl. And their world gets bigger. And now they can walk. And now they can run. And now they can ride a bike. And now they can drive a car. And now they're old enough to fly. And each one of those... It's always hard for the parent, I feel like. But the bike riding one is a lot of fun. I was there. It was great. Is this the patch? No, it's King Konger. I'm sorry. I put out 2 videos today. One breaking down the new lore hunt event. Okay. Which I will say the example they gave is pretty weird. But, I mean, it's fine. It talks about basically this NPC being in love with the fish people. It's fine. She's into scales. That's legitimately what it is. It's legitimately what it is. But ultimately, we are going to have 8 different riddles, and you got to decipher each riddle and find the lore in the game and screenshot it. Dang it. No patch notes yet. But anyways, they broke down the lore hunt event that comes July 12th. She must have crabs. And this is what we're going over right now, King. And if you want, it's actually, because you've probably missed a ton. Likes and comments are always appreciated. This is the video that does the full breakdown. Okay. Going back to Avalanche. They should keep those elementals. It is a fun thing. I cannot confirm nor deny if they've kept them or changed them. My oldest stood up in the middle of the floor and nothing to grab onto for 10 months old. We knew at that moment we were in trouble. That's right. Is there an RSS feed to TP or just YouTube? No, it'll be here. You can watch Town Portal on Twitch or on YouTube, and the full podcast will be posted on my YouTube tomorrow. So multiple ways to watch. You could also watch it on X. Yo, chat. Yo, Aaron. How's it going? Doing very well. Doing very, very well. I have been live for almost 1 hour. The podcast kicks off in 2 hours, and we have not played a second of the game. Oh, I was trying to add it to my podcast app. I see what you're saying. You know, me and Frosty, it hasn't even come up. I cannot believe how many people have asked, why is the Town Portal podcast not on Spotify? I was like, we literally just started it. We're just figuring it out. We're trying to find our groove, you know. But I mean, maybe burn for the future, for sure. I mean, so far, the feedback's been pretty overwhelmingly positive. I'm glad people are having fun. I have to go and I'm exhausted. I will watch the replay of the Torchlight tomorrow. Aaron, I will snap you a DM or send you a DM for tomorrow. Sounds good. Sounds good. I saw your DM. I already clicked interested. Yeah, get some rest, brother. Get some rest. Okay. All right, so those are the 3 skills that were discussed. Other skills are being changed as well, but those are the 3 big ones, okay? Avalanche, Disintegrate, and Shield Bash. I wonder if I can add a playlist link as the podcast in the app. Oh, that's a good. I don't know. It's a good idea. Oh, also, there was some request. I didn't even look. Somebody's like, hey, you should turn off ads for Twitch during the podcast. I have no idea. I just don't know if you can turn off ads. All right, I'll mess with that when we do all the questions and stuff. See if I can. Okay, moving on. Skills. Now we're moving over to passives. And as everybody knows, sometimes passives can be just as build enabling as skills if there is a threshold node that gives you a bonus that you need. So, Source is getting a bunch of updates to its passive tree. Nothing for Rogue. I can't think of anything for Rogue. I can't think of anything for Rogue. That being said, there's 30 new uniques coming. And of those 30 uniques, there is something for everyone. So I'm sure Rogue will get something in there. You can't turn off Twitch ads, but if you play a 3-minute ad break, that stops the timer for 90 minutes before the ad is supposed to play. Yeah, see, it's when I go to manually run an ad, it says a 1-minute ad break. Oh, I see. I can run a 2-minute ad break. Everybody, just listen to me. I apologize. This is just a test. I am going to manually start a 3-minute ad. A 3-minute ad. Okay? I want to know what it does. 3 minutes. I'm sorry. I apologize. That turned off pre-roll ads for 63 minutes. He's gonna play Corfuck ad. Get that money bot. I'm not running the ad for the money. That's why people on YouTube right now, people are like, that's why you watch on YouTube. You just had to say something. No, that's great. That is great. Now I can turn off pre-rolls for 60 minutes before the podcast goes on. That's great. If not just sub, you don't get ads. 3-minute ad is a long ad. That's a long one. That is a long ad. Prepare the stream to crash. What is that? Dreaming? Thank you. That was a good tip. That was a good tip. So I could turn them off for that long. Anything else I could turn off? All right. Well, that's fine. All right. 40 seconds left on this ad, and then we're going to go through Sorcerer. Yeah, most people ad break when they go to the bathroom. Yeah, so, all right, I'm going to be right back. Throw up the ad. Yeah. I like the idea of being able to manually run them yourself, so that you could do them at the right time instead of allowing Twitch to just drop them all the time. 10 seconds! Damn, being able to turn off ads for an hour is nice. That is nice. All right, everybody, we are back. I apologize for running that 3-minute ad, but it did turn off pre-roll ads for the next hour, which is awesome. Absolutely awesome. G'day. Do I sub on Twitch or Patreon for Movie Club? If you want to be a part of game night, movie night, VIP lounge, exclusive content, it is Patreon. It is Patreon. That link right there. And thank you so much for considering it. This is the best way to support. Thank you. Okay. We are back from our ad. Now, this is the joke. This has been an ongoing joke since I have been covering Last Epoch. Judd, the game creator, the top dog, the CEO, the founder, #1 at EHG. His favorite skill in any action RPG of his life is Meteor. So when you see the Meteor belt, when you see buffs to Meteor, whenever you see Meteor get something, you just know Judd is up there pulling the strings. So when you look at the updated Sorcerer Meteor, it's its main mastery skill, updates to the passive tree, you might notice a trend. Spark charge chance with a 40 plus cost skill, 100%. What skill costs over 40? Meteor. Spell damage and chance to refund mana cost, and these values are doubled or triple. What skills do you need mana refunded because it costs a lot? And is a spell? Meteor. Ward per second, and this gives you mana and ward per second. This one is for everything, but it still has mana in there. And it's based on max mana. It's Meteor as well. Increased area for area skills. Yeah, you guessed it. Meteor is an area skill, and it does elemental damage. And then the last one right here, increased mana, and mana spent gained as ward. What would that benefit the most? Something that uses a lot of mana. These are like 5 nodes for Meteor. I just started my first character offline level 50. Should I wait for the update or start? Or is it a start of a new cycle? Jay, that is that's a personal preference. Remember that in this game, you don't have to start over if you don't want to. Oh, I feel bad. There's a question I said I was going to answer, and I feel like I didn't. Hold on a second. I get so off track. Oh, I remember the question. I don't remember who asked it. Okay. I don't remember who asked it. I hope you're still out there. Somebody asked the question, does your character get deleted? Or does it move just the legacy? How does that actually work? Okay. So inside of Last Epoch, you have 2 options. We're not going to talk about offline right now. So we're going to talk about online. You have 2 options. You could play Legacy, or you could play Cycle. Now, the term Cycle, if you're from the PoE world, it would be a league. If you're from the Diablo or Torchlight world, it would be a season. So it's just the same term, just Last Epoch. So Cycle or Legacy. And the games are identical. So it is a little different than what you're used to. So if you decide to play Legacy, you get the same balance, the same skills, the same uniques, the same factions. The game, at least from a coding perspective, is identical. If you plan on playing Season or Cycle, what you get is a fresh economy. You get a fresh leaderboard. You get the ability to start over, which a lot of people like if you're into racing. And it's a fresh start. So your characters, to answer your question, if you played Cycle 1, they will transfer from Cycle 1 to Legacy, where you can continue their progress, or you can start over for Cycle 2. Sorry it took me a while to answer that question. Big day of news. Let's go. Pickaxe Ron, thank you for the tier 1 sub. 6 months. It's our half a year anniversary. Thank you so much. Aaron, Mill's oxygen was down to 83. She is doing better, but will be in the hospital for a few more days. I'm glad to hear she's doing better. That's good. This time around, it won't hurt you badly because you get most of the new stuff with the drop of the new cycle, in my opinion. Aaron, DR's last update today have given a new animation when you kill a boss. It's really weird when I'm not used to it. Penguin, I'm glad you arrived. I feel a lot better. Guys, why did we break the first Descendant servers? Are they broken? It's a good little pausing point right here. Has the game totally exploded or what? First Descendant Steam count. Whoa. Damn. It's massive. 24-hour peak, 224,000 players. Servers are down. Yeah, I can see that. Does Core Punk work today? I did log in. It worked. But there's no way I could stream Core Punk for pre-show when we had 2 news posts from last Epoch. But it did work when I logged in. All the streamers are on connecting and I cannot log in. I see. Aaron, will new players or those that didn't play much be priced out of the items in Legacy when the league starts? No. No. Not at all. Oh, I'm logged into most stuff, Frodo, in Legacy, and I really mean this, I'm not trying to be hyperbolic, is free. So now, if you are like, I only play SS tier builds, which means I need the, blast knife or any of that garbage, then yeah, you're probably going to be priced out. But if you're just looking for regular items, no, the market is flooded. And Legacy is going to have a whole new crop of gear because remember that the cycle to Legacy transfer over, you're talking about 1 million accounts moving over to Legacy. So that's going to be even more items. I expect prices to go down, but we'll see. Yeah, I was watching DM earlier. He couldn't get back in. Been waiting for a while, trying to log in. What's up, Flenser? Yeah, servers are down at the moment. But does Core Punk work? It did work. Who said Core Punk? Ban! Nobody wants that anyway. Hell no to Core Punk. Hell yes to LE Hype Post. My dino can't run the first Descendant. Man, that's a healthy freaking number, dude. That is a healthy number. Did I close it out? No, there it is. 224. They almost beat out last Epoch. Okay, I have not played it. I have watched people play it. I feel like I've got a decent, I'm going to say decent understanding of the game. Does the first Descendant, this is my question for the people that played, does it have staying, holding power? Will it be a month from now people playing it, or is it a flavor of the week? Everyone's going to try it out because it's free, and then it's going to crater. What are we thinking? What are we thinking on it right now? Thanks, Aaron. I kind of want to go Legacy and get a head start once we see the patch notes. Hey, you'll be with me, sir. TDF, it's a lot of fun, actually. Last Descendant is a worse Warframe with better butts. Oh, it's got some visual style. Core Punk game is 3 minutes to kill a mob, 10 minutes to wait for you to regen your life back. That's literally exactly what it is. It's exactly what it is. Okay. I was, until yesterday's outage, trying to log in. Been trying out some First Descendant. What happens to my gear in the stashes we have in Cycle? Does it move to Legacy? Yep. It moves to Legacy, and you will have, like, temporary stashes, just like PoE D4. Next one actually doing a lot better over the years with monetization. No idea, it's only been a day. It's Warframe with Grapple. So if they add stuff like Warframe, it could stay a while. Mr. Orange says, thinking flavor of the week. I'm thinking mid. Aaron, it's a mix of Warframe and Outriders. Oh, Outriders. I like it, but I really have thousands of hours in Warframe. Okay, so somebody that has played the First Descendant and played Warframe, is there like a differentiator, right? So for example, Last Epoch, why the hell would I play Last Epoch when I could play PoE or Diablo? You know, and I would talk about the skill trees. I would talk about the build diversity. I would talk about the crafting. I would talk about the faction system. I would talk about how awesome the studio is and plans for the future. Because right now it's like, dude, one thing I love about the First Descendant over Warframe is it has player versus player. It has this game mode that's crazy. Like, is there anything like that in it? Did a look at the wording on Flame Vent for Disintegrate and confirmed with Brow. You can get massive amounts of fireballs on channel end, not just 6. Are you talking about because of the way you would spec into your fireball skill tree? It was really fun yesterday. Didn't get to play that long. Was hoping to blast today, and then the servers. I don't think the First Descendant has staying power. The grind is more a grind of inconvenience, and monetization is heavy. I think it does. It'll probably have a smaller player base, though. If you're going to play a third-person free-to-play game, just play Warframe. Yes, yes, not as fast. I feel super far behind. Oh, I fell super far. The loot is like Destiny. It has RNG into the item, so it's actually better in respect than Warframe. Why play D4 when there's... Oh, I'm not... Stop it, Cajun. TFD, you do not need to master the needed Warframe slide dash thing to move around. Use the grappling hook. It's got more Destiny feel than Warframe. Feels more fun to play. Yeah, I was going to say the loot system. Wrong question, Aaron. Why would anyone play D4, TLI, or PoE when they can play LE? I'm just simply saying those are the questions I get. Cajun gets it. It says you get X fireballs per second spent channeling when you stop channeling. Yes, up to a maximum of 6. Maximum fireball cast are 2 per point. So it'll be 6. So maximum fireball cast is 6. No, it says per point, no limit. What? That makes no sense. It's 6. Yeah. Now, obviously, if your fireball shoots 3 fireballs or 5 fireballs, it'll shoot 5 fireballs times 6. It depends on how you have spec'd into your fireball tree, but it will consume the mana for it. If it works 60% of the time, that's stupid. I think the question should be, is it fun? Aaron, it says you cast 2 fireballs per point with 3 points possible. It states per seconds spent channeling. If you could support the mana for 30 seconds of channeling, no, you're missing it. You're missing it. So what you're missing is that this triggers Flame Vent when you stop channeling. It's not, you don't shoot fireballs while you are channeling. So to fully maximize this, you would channel Disintegrate for 3 seconds, stop channeling, shoot 6 fireballs, start channeling for 3 seconds, stop channeling, shoot 6 fireballs. That's how it works. You cannot shoot fireballs while channeling. I've never been a fan of Warframe myself, and I'm having more fun playing the first Descendant. All right. So, Aaron, is it you or Frosty who will make the Flame Vent build? Seems like a boss nuke skill. Fireball doesn't do that much damage. But, I mean, again, when you're talking about synergizing, if you wanted, like, why Last Epoch is special, okay? Well, Disintegrate, as you know in game right now, you can make this skill lightning. And it's already shown in the video that you can still make this lightning. I think they show it right there. Okay. And then you're like, I like fireball. So I want to make my Disintegrate lightning and I want to use fireball. Well, then you can go to your bag of tricks and you can use these damn gloves with the fireball tree to fully change your fireball from fire to lightning. So it's like there's just so many options and things you could bounce around to do. So technically you could do lightning Disintegrate while shooting fireball, and you could even take fire aura and then convert fire aura to lightning as well. There's just so many different options. It's so nice. Do you think Cycle 2 will hit as hard player-wise as Cycle 1? I do not. I do not. That's not because I don't think it should. Because I do think it should. But it won't. We'll just have to wait and see. Yeah. But Giga Chat Fireball is in D4. That's true. Frosty's going to be all over it. Yeah, Giant, when you're looking at the numbers... When you're looking at the numbers for Last Epoch, would I be elated if we broke 260,000 players? Yes, I would be so happy. I mean, literally, we were just looking at the first Descendant. Everyone's playing it, and it hit 220,000 players. Yes, I would be very excited. Do I think a lot of people are going to come back? Yes, I do think a lot of people are going to come back. Oh no, here we go again. I don't know how many. I don't know how many. There is decent amount of competition, and I think that competition might pull away some of the streamers as well. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I get that we don't cast them while channeling, but the wording makes it seem like that if you channel for 1 second, you have 3 points possible. I would get it if you had 6 fireballs when you stopped channeling. When I tested it guilty, the most I could shoot is 6 fireballs. When do we nominate LE game designers for the Nobel Prize? We have to. I'll see if I could figure out the form. Yeah, too many new games out at the moment. I think Once Human drops on the 9th as well. So this is the current competition. You have the first Descendant, which dropped on the 2nd. You have Torchlight Infinite that drops its brand new Season 5 Clockwork Ballet tomorrow, which we will be talking about on the podcast tonight with Andre. Okay. You have Once Human dropping on the exact same day, the 9th. And then newly announced, you have Diablo 3, which I know it's Diablo 3, but Diablo 3 Season 32 on the 12th of July. So those are 4 games, all basically within a week. It actually is 4 games within a week. And then you have PoE at the end of July, and then you've got Diablo 4 Season 5 first week of August. That's a lot. Torchlight Infinite picked such a terrible launch date. I think Torchlight was probably, and again, these are questions we will ask tonight. My guess is that Torchlight looked at the calendar just like last Epoch looked at the calendar and said, okay, we have an option. Do we go against PoE and Diablo 5? Or do we go against Elden Ring, the first Descendant, Once Human, Torchlight Infinite, and Diablo 3? And obviously that's the right decision, right? Wow, the pre-patch is there also. I would have waited 3 weeks after D4. They can't, Frodo, because it's already been 4.5 months. So they publicly came out and said that they want every cycle to be between 3 and 4 months. And they extended it 2 weeks. It's almost exactly 4 months and 2 weeks since February 21st, which was cycle 1 1.0 launch. And I think a lot of people, rightfully so, were terrified of the Elden Ring DLC. They're like, every content creator is going to be playing it. I know it's a different genre. Nobody wants to release crap in that window. So they pushed it back a little bit. And that's the date they came up with. If they waited for 3 weeks after Diablo 4, you're talking 5.5 months in between cycles. They just can't do that. So, yeah. I'm thinking around 100,000 would be a good amount for launch week. Oh, Flip, you're saying if the 24-hour peak for last Epoch, let's say the Saturday after launch, you think if this says 100,000, it's good?
All glory to the Minion FG.
All glory to the new Minion Forge Guard. Oh, we're about to talk about Forge Guard in a second. Suda, thank you so much for the Prime sub. 8 months. I don't know. Listen, I have a lot invested in Last Epoch. I love the game. I love the studio. If only 100,000 came back, I would feel sad. I would personally feel sad. I have no idea. I would want 200,000. It doesn't need to beat this. I'm not saying it has to beat its old record, but I would like 200,000. I feel like that would be a reasonable dip based upon competition. 1 million. Mahoney, thank you for the Prime sub. Look at that, 12 away from our goal. Thank you so much. I mean, 100,000 people is still a lot. Yes, I agree. But I can see how it would be a bit deflating. Yes. Of course, 100,000 people is like you still have a very successful game. Right? So check this out. Torchlight Infinite. And by the way, you guys all know this. I love this game. I think this game is totally underrated. Its 2-year peak is 21,000. Now, obviously, this is on Steam. This does not count any part of the mobile market. But, yeah. I think 200,000 is a fair guess, especially after the sale price. I would think so. I think 100,000 is already very optimistic. No, it'll hit 100,000. It'll hit 100,000. I would be floored if it did not hit 100,000. That would be like, all right, like, hit the alarm. Hit the alarm. How many will be here to play other than me and Aaron? How many? I will be. Final Fantasy XIV's latest expansion also just released on the 2nd. Oh, FF14 was yesterday? I don't call them competition. I call them filler. TLI picked such a terrible launch date. Everything is starting all at once. I would have waited. D3 over D5. Just think about when GTA 6 launches. Might break all streaming and concurrent numbers. I think FF14 director said they pushed back the expansion because of the Elden Ring DLC. Yeah, as long as LE stays away from PoE, PoE2 release, and season starts, they are doing the best they can. And again, I know it's a hard pill to swallow. I know people don't like admitting it. I know maybe it doesn't feel good saying it out loud. When you look at the action RPG genre, Diablo-like, hack and slash, it's not close. It's not even, you can't even rate them. Diablo 4 from a player-based perspective is more than Torchlight, Last Epoch, and PoE, probably times 10. So just keep that in mind, that the actual behemoth is D4. But obviously PoE shares a lot of the same player base as well. So just keep that in mind. It is absolutely massive. It's not even close. It's not even close. Me, little old me, only me, during season 3, 2 months into season 3 of Diablo 4, considered the worst season, was getting over 1 million hits a month on my Icy Veins builds. So, like, just let that calculate for a second. Only me on Icy Veins for Diablo 4, 2 months into a terrible season. It is like, if you had a graph of player base, Diablo 4 is like, it's off the graph. It's so, it is the player count is absolutely massive. Anyways, just people look at or Twitch and be like, "Oh, the game's dead. No one's playing." It's like, no, everyone's playing. You just don't see them. The problem is, a lot I know is traveling in July. There will never be a perfect time, so you just got to go for it. No, I agree. So if only half the players come back, it's good, people think. I mean, again, what I am saying is that I believe that 200,000 would be a victory. Would be a massive victory. If they can pull 200,000 concurrent players in the midst of 5 different games they're competing with, after 4.5 months of not having content, I would be extremely happy. I'd be very happy. Giant, just curious, Giant, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? Does this info include the... Just stupid. Be quiet. Oh, so if only half the players come back, it's good, people think. Oh, I just read that. I mean, 100,000 people is still a lot. Beating the peak might be tough. Beating that peak is tough. That's like, what, a top 30 of all time on Steam or something? 260,000 players is huge. It's like 1.5 million copies sold. Game could have sold a good amount on the Steam sale. It's true. I picked it up from the sale. Oh, that's good to know, Jay. Welcome. Frodo thinks 200's fair. Guesses 150,000. Cycle 1 had tons of hype. There is 0 hype for Cycle 2. I think 0 is an incorrect term. I am hyped, so it already can't be 0. How's that? Maybe the forums and Reddit are not hyped. So Torchlight Infinite's last season launch, it hit under 11,000. I wonder what it will be tomorrow. It should be lower with the holiday in the US and LE so close. Hype 001. I'll take it. By the way, everybody, an hour and 17 minutes until we bring on Andre, the community manager for Torchlight Infinite. Reddit's hyped, actually, surprisingly enough. I mean, listen, obviously I am Team Last Epoch. I get it that the community that we have built together is Team Last Epoch. Some of us like Torchlight, some of us like Diablo, some of us like looter shooters, some of us like BG3. So a lot of us dabble in different genres, but the core is Last Epoch. So I know that maybe our Discord and this stream might be a little bit of a Last Epoch bubble. I can't wait for July 9th. It's going to be so much fun. And there's so much stuff we don't know about. That's why I'm still just like, I'm saying mildly annoyed. I'm saying mildly annoyed that I can't help build the hype with the stuff that I know is coming that still hasn't been announced. Okay. I think I'm caught up on chat. Yeah, Ellie is going to be my main again. That's what I like to hear. It'll get 100,000. It would be bad. It'd be bad if it didn't. Frodo, I would say that Torchlight Infinite's new season might not see huge player count. I don't know. I mean, the Western market, it's launching on the 4th of July. So I'm not streaming tomorrow. I've got so much stuff planned with the family, so I don't know. D4 has a big console player base too. Yep. It's only more because it's simpler and in a bunch of regards. It's more than it's simpler. It is more than it's simpler for Diablo. I can at least tell you as a content creator, streamer, being somewhat in the industry, the Diablo name. My wife's friends come over to stay for a week. Her 3 kids all know the game Diablo. Her husband plays Diablo. My 18-year-old son, him and his friends, they know Diablo. Like, that name and that branding, I bet you in the gaming world, it's up there. I'm not saying it's like Mario level, but it's much higher than you probably think. It's much higher than you probably think. I enjoyed season 3, to be honest. Construct was popping off. Faults were decent. Sadly, D4 is some people's first introduction into the ARPG universe. Maybe it's just a matter of time before they discover LE. EHG, that's how they actually looked at it as well. They thought that, and I agree with them, that the success of Diablo 4 bringing 20 million gamers to the isometric action RPG hack and slash would potentially bleed over into Last Epoch. So, and I agree. The more fans of the genre, the more potential players for Last Epoch. I think it's good. Aaron, what am I playing next TLI season? I can tell you I am playing the new class. I only play Carino, and Carino is getting a new version, so it is perfect for me. D4 is popular because it's approachable for all players. That is true. Also, D4 runs smooth as butter. which the ARPG field lacks in general. D4 still don't have nearly the amount of choice, though, of course. I'm not hardcore. I'm just another type of casual player. I'm not the one pushing endgame. You better for the Pinnacle boss. I think all the games have a place. Giant, what do you think? Hit me. Last Epoch, we'll say Cycle 2, July 9th. Within the first 7 days. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. All right, first 5 days. What is the 24-hour, or what is the peak for the first 5 days? What is the top concurrent for the first 5 days? I think it goes 125. Cajun says 400, peak 150. Kaiser 210. I'm going to be playing for sure 175. I think 175. I'm hoping for 200. 265,000. Okay, I'm just throwing this out there. If it hits 250,000 players, okay? If Cycle 2, with the 5 games we mentioned, EHG pulls back 250,000 players, it will literally cement itself as probably one of the biggest ARPGs ever. Like, that would be unbelievable. That would be unbelievable if it pulled back. Remember, people hate to admit this. It's like everyone comes out, that can't be accurate. No, it is accurate. The highest ever for PoE. This includes console. This includes Steam. This includes the PoE launcher. All ways to log in for Path of Exile. Its highest ever was last year, 321,000. That's the highest ever. Okay. Now, just again for reference, last Epoch put up 260,000. 60,000 away from tying the top players with no launcher and no console. So if it pulled back 250,000, that would be crazy. That would be freaking wild. What's actually sad is that we all know that last Epoch would have had much higher numbers if their servers weren't an absolute SHIT show. I think EHG needs to advertise a bit better, but that's about it. Frodo, I'm not gonna add that question to the list. It's good to see other ARPGs to see if they're doing anything that would fit into LE. Yeah, LE is going to be my main. I'm going to bring the marshmallows for the servers just in case July 9th. Man, if the servers break again, oh my gosh. There is nothing more brutal. There is just, I sit here and we all just stare at the screen with the servers not working. Oh, this just... Oh, it's so brutal. It's so brutal. So far, it's been every update. So my fingers crossed it's not going to be for this one. LE61, don't bring it up. D4 is an ARPG with training wheels. I removed my training wheels long time ago. This is Axiom. Hamburger, hot dog, and gunpowder night. What are we talking about? 4th of July? That's right. 125k is a win. 100k is good. Round 180. Man. Flenser. Okay, Flenser. Tell me why. Come on, Flenser, hit me. Flenser is saying 75,000. I'm just curious. Marketing, too much competition, games falling off. What are your thoughts? 75,000? That would be, after 4.5 months of development, that would be so brutal. Oh, that would be bad. And remember, for the most part, okay, obviously all the max roll people, all the icy veins people, All the big content creators, Crip, and all these people, they should all be streaming Last Epoch. I don't know about Asmin. I would be surprised if Asmin streamed LE over Once Human. I doubt that will happen. But they should pull back a majority. Obviously, all the PoE streamers, Ziz and all those guys, Steel Mage, they should all be on there. I would think so. If the servers break again for 1-1, I think it would spell disaster for EHG. I was hanging out in a new LE streamers chat yesterday. EHG Josh came by. That's fun. If the server's not working, I will still think at least it isn't Core Punk. Why do you keep bringing up Core Punk? What did Flenser say? Well, Flenser hasn't responded. Flenser had a recent head injury. Will you stop it? It's fine. He can have his opinion. I just would like to know his reasoning. Yeah, it's going to be over 100K at least. Probably around 150. I just hopped back onto my Smite hammered in, and I'm ready for the next cycle. That's what I like to hear. Hello. Will LE get a season pass or sorta? Nope. So Last Epoch, I like to call it a classical action RPG, which normally CRPG means turn-based. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's a classical RPG in the fact that there's not little red dots you have to click on all the time. Iwe knows what I'm talking about. There's no battle passes. There's no dailies. There's none of the modern amenities you would come to see in a standard game. There's none of that stuff. Except for this community, I don't see anyone mentioning LE. I know Rax is going to play. I know DM's going to play. I know Gazi's going to play. I know Zizarin's going to play. I know Crip's going to play. I know Woody's going to play. Lily. I mean, all the big one. Everyone you could think of should come back. But I hear you. You're just saying you're not seeing anything. I want to take another 50,000 players from D4 to get them to LE. That's our market. That would be cool. I've already talked about LE61 merchandise. I know I've dropped the ball. Maybe people will sit back and take a wait and see approach. I played Avalanche Cycle 1. Looks like I'm playing Avalanche again Cycle 2. If you played it Cycle 1, I could tell you Cycle 2, it'll feel like a new skill. Traditional ARPGs. That's probably a better one. No horses. There's no mounts. Correct. Anyone have a random mage build to try this season? I usually go Blade Dancer. No, but I will have one fairly quick. We will be spec. I'm already spec'd into it. Kind of. There's like a ton of testing I have to do, but where is my LE61 cap? We are going to be going a Fire, Disintegrate, Fire Aura, Rune Master. It should be sick. It should be sick when it's done. Samians, thank you for the tier 1 sub. 8 months. It'll be sick. I would actually hold my interest longer with the battle pass as it gives me something to work towards. You will have something to work towards. So, you're going to have a new faction. That new faction is going to have ranks based upon 10 Harbingers. And to kill those Harbingers, you unlock the Pinnacle boss. So there will be, like, aspirational content. Yeah. Once Human is also paying streamers to play. I know. The one thing that keeps me bringing me back is the insane amount of build diversity and skills to mess around with. I agree. That Fire Aura's range is absurd. I am determined to make a Disintegrate Righteous Fire build with my Rune Master. We'll see how it goes. If the servers don't work, I pray for the Discord, right? the lore hunt. We will kick off the lore hunt on July 12th. We'll try and figure it out. Okay, here we go. This is fine. Let's do this for a minute. No, not yet. Send me your question. I want to go into Torchlight, but not. Give me a second. I still haven't finished this. We're almost done. Yeah, we're almost done. Okay. Forge Guard and then Shaman. So these nodes we've already seen. Forge Guard, you're going to be able to proc Ring of Shields on block, and you're getting a boost to minion armor and health. You're getting boost to critical strike chance with two-handed and crit multiplier with strength. You're getting parry, increased attack speed, frailty, strength with two-handed, and reduced bonus damage from crits with the shield. So Master of Arms, depending on what you're using. Hammer and Anvil. This is going to be very interesting because you're going to get armor shred with your minions now, which will be massive. Necromancer has this in its passive tree, and you can get hundreds of stacks of armor shred from your minions. You're now going to be able to do that with your forged weapons, and you're going to be able to increase their attack speed by 30% on the forged weapons. And then, so you'll be able to boost them with this and this, and then throwing attack crit multiplier with throwing crit if you're a shield throw character. Okay. Forge Guard getting some love. Last but not least, Shaman. Now, a lot of people have been saying, is Shaman actually getting anything? And the answer is absolutely. So one of the ways that EHG is countering Ward is by boosting endurance. And you're going to see a lot of this in the patch notes. So you have additional endurance threshold per stack of Maelstrom. You're just going to see more bonuses and other things coming to endurance. So for here, you'll be boosting your endurance. And most people can get, 4, 8, 12 stacks of Maelstrom pretty easily. Shattered Heavens, cold damage, minion cold damage, minion frostbite. I wonder what that would be good for. That's pretty cool if you like cold skills. Avatar of Thunder, shared spell lightning damage and shared spell lightning penetration. It's almost like they're giving you the bonus that you would normally get from Stormcarved Testament. We all know Aaron make a fire build. He will turn it into lightning. No. I really want to make, so in this case, I am not going to turn it into lightning. Okay, hold on. Let me rephrase. I'm going to try fire first, and if it doesn't work, we'll turn it into lightning. No, we're not going to turn it into lightning. Iron Bark, health and armor, health regen, and you can give your totem stun immunity. And then Gift of the Skies, attack speed, cast speed, dodge rating. And when you directly summon a totem, it gains Frenzy for a short duration. So now you can Frenzy all of your totems. See, so you don't need Frenzy totem. Okay, so those are the passive trees. What are you guys all fighting about? The one thing that keeps bringing me back. Once humans paying streamers, are you accepting servers will struggle because people will cry. And then everyone will play again. Never done a cold build. Maybe I'll try this one this season. You said the same last time and the time before that. What did I say? He's going to find another way to turn Disintegrate into a summons build. No, I'm not. I hope not. Ward balance. All right, this is the last thing we're going to talk about. And we could just literally look at the picture. It could not be simpler. Basically, your ward decay rate over 10,000 is skyrocketing. So for all the people that use 12,000 ward, 15,000 ward, 20 ward, 50,000 ward, the decay rate is going to be crazy. So what you're going to see more is hybrid builds. I use 3,000 life. I use endurance. I use ward over time or ward per second, so that you got maybe 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, and use multiple different defensive layers. So it actually isn't a direct nerf. It's actually funny they put that right here. They changed the formula so it's not a full-on nerf. For people that are using ward on a lower number, it is going to be better and buffed. And for the people that use only ward, it's going to feel terrible. So that is the update to ward. And honestly, when it comes to being transparent, trying to show the community as much as they're possibly doing, they even put the damn formula in the post. So that's it. 3 updated skill trees that they showed off. 3 updated passive trees that they showed off. Update to ward. Quality of life improvements inside of the monolith with blessings. Update to gaze of orabis. Update to channeling skills. Update to both factions and the ranks and how you gain favor and level them. Updates to the loot filter. Quality of life improvements with the monolith. New ladder for racing to 100 and how quick you can get a character to 100. It's a lot of good changes. Kicks off in 5 days. 5 damn days. Wait, my totems can be stunned? Yes, they can. They are a minion. Okay, now can we get our polka hype train? Dude, I'm done. The game is so good. It's chef's kiss. If you don't like it, you're just being contrary at this point. Time to accept that the new boss is in town. You know, I am really hoping that a lot of players come back. I really am hoping that people come back for Cycle 2. It really feels like a complete game playing it. Every single cycle and update, they look at the feedback and they try and make the right decisions. It's impossible to make everyone happy, but it should be a good cycle. Would it be fair to say cycle 1 was too long? Oh, for sure. For sure. PoE and Last Epoch have kind of fallen into a rut of long updates. And yeah, it's definitely. Can we just have the patch notes tomorrow? I hope so. No, there's no way. There's no way. Okay, listen. I have no idea when the patch notes are coming. I know EHG doesn't work on the weekend, and July 9th is on Tuesday. And they said we're getting the patch notes early. So, early would be not Monday. And they're not Tuesday. So that leaves Thursday and Friday. And Thursday is the 4th of July. So I have no idea. I would guess Thursday or Friday, leaning towards Friday, so that Mike can discuss it during the dev stream. But I don't know. Okay. All right, everybody. This is what we're gonna do. We have 55 minutes until the podcast starts. We are going to be bringing in Andre, the marketing or the community manager for all of XD and Torchlight Infinite. So Town Portal Podcast kicks off in 55 minutes. I owe everybody a polka train. I owe everyone a polka train. So we're going to do that right now. And then we're going to start gathering questions for our Torchlight friend. That is the plan. Is NDA released after patch notes? I don't know. They haven't said anything yet. Do you guys think Hammer Paladin will still be viable? I hope so. I don't see why it wouldn't be. If you are using Hammer Paladin and generating 50,000 ward, just know that that won't be great. Okay. Everybody here at Action RPG. Anytime we have a level 2 hype train, the polka will flow until the hype train is over. I owe everybody 5 minutes of polka. Enjoy. Return of the polka. Thank you for the gifted sub, sir. Polka is life. Last knife is cooked. True. Dude, thank you for the 5 subs. Man, thank you so much. We are 7 away of our goal of 500. Righteous fire. No yodeling. I don't have it in there anymore. YouTube doesn't allow it. Very agitating.
Oh, wait, you serious? Let me laugh even harder.
They don't. $50 minutes. Sub goal hit. 503. Thank you, sir. Very kind. I don't deserve it. Thank you. Torchlight and polka hype. $24-hour subathon this cycle. There's Splenzer. What a nice, beautiful polka. Why are you guys hitting me when I'm looking at polka? Huh? When did you get your polka back? Polka has been here. We have maintained the rule that every level 2 hype train I will play polka. So we've still had it. Aaron, are you planning something new for the cycle? Symbionts, thank you so much for the subs. Blow me away. We have hit our goal of 500 subs. Man, thank you. Oh, it just feels so good. Thank you, sir. 24-hour subathon for the cycle. I am going to attempt just listen for a second before everyone. I'm going to attempt a 48-hour stream for cycle 2, but I will be like sleeping. So like we'll take it'll just be, I'll be asleep. Yeah. What? My wife's over here saying that's news to me. No, like I'll stream and I'll leave the stream on and then I'll sleep. It's not. For what? For just the day. What? What are you talking about? Honey? My wife just walked by to inform me that my brother-in-law and his 4 kids decided they're going to drive down from Oregon tomorrow to spend a couple of days at my house. Good. Cousin Eddie is coming up. Good. That's great. That's good news. Aaron's Action B&B is open. Oh my gosh. I remember someone sleeping in the basement for 1 month. I know. Dude, I just want to play 1-1. I know you do. I am sorry. To answer your question, I am planning something new for Cycle 2. I cannot announce it because EHG has not announced it, and I'm still under NDA. I can't. If I told you what I was playing, everybody would immediately know why. So I can't say my plan for Cycle 2. But I can say I am excited for it, and I have already publicly said that I will be playing a Primalist. So that's as far as I've gone. Man, this NDA is a full-on mute button. I know. He's playing Last Epoch for Cycle 2. That's true. That is true. I just can't believe what my wife just told me. Zier, thank you for the tier 1 sub. 3 months. Take him to Walmart, Aaron, and get yourself something real nice. Oh, man. That is something. Okay. I've answered all questions. We are caught up in chat. It's actually exclamation point Captain. I know I should probably switch it. LE. And that will pull up the Last Epoch builds. Aaron is moving out for the next days, I see. I'm texting my wife. No, it's great. It's great. It's honestly great. It's good. It's good. It's fun. It's fun. I am officially taking questions for Andre on Torchlight Infinite. Hit me with what you got. We need to build some questions. We need to build up some questions for the podcast. What do we got? Now, this is the community manager. They've worked for
Stream
XD
with
for a
all
while.
the family, LOL.
Thank you for the prime sub. Thank you so much. What do we got? Hit me with some questions. Oh, I didn't know the lore hunt event's out. You gotta watch my videos. They're out. Yeah, on July 12th, we'll be attempting to decipher some riddles. Torchlight Infinite question. How many total void chart points can you acquire? Got it. So everybody, in case you're just joining, the podcast will start in 43 minutes. Andre, who is the community manager for XD and Torchlight Infinite, will be joining us for 90 minutes. So if you have any Torchlight questions, now is the time to submit them. I'm building up my question list. Walker, Torchlight question. What is it like to work with Tencent, Blink Twice? How much? I legitimately don't know. How much of Tencent does XD own? How much of XD does Tencent own? Torchlight Infinite, what is your own personal class and build? I've actually got that question already. Which character or favorite character and build? What else? Are there any discussions or plans to improve the PC UI? We are actually going to look at the new UI. There's a new UI for Torchlight Infinite for PC. But I'll add that question if there's plans for even more improvement. This season, we're getting a new PC UI. Tencent normally really hands off with what they buy. What else? This better not be the meteor belt. I don't know if a lot of people know it. Torchlight Infinite's new season starts tomorrow. I wonder how Whispering Mist will function in the Void chart. He's not a dev, so he did say that sometimes the more technical questions he will not be able to use or answer, but he could try. Continue Dwarven Realms or TL? Ooh, that's a tough one. Any July 4th themed content? I'm going to guess no. Since the season is launching on the 4th of July, do we get anything special in the West? How's that? Good? How big is TLI on PC versus other platforms? Good question. Like, how much of the player base is mobile versus PC? Great question. I like that one. Wonderfully articulated, you think? Was planning a primalist before the big post, now maybe a shaman. Rip Nova Frostclaw builds. Yep. Anybody on YouTube as well, if you have any questions for Torchlight, put them in there. How well is TLI suited to play on a Steam Deck? Probably really well, right? Is it officially supported? Aaron, you don't have a TLI hoodie. I know, right? How well does TLI work on Steam Deck? Okay. I do not have a Torchlight hoodie. That being said, I need to find a video. I need to find an old Torchlight video that has the Carino statue in the background. Because I want him to tell... I want to tell him that I want him to give me one. Figure if I ask live on stream, it's got to happen, you know. Let's go back, way back in the day. Damn, this game's been out for 2 years. I cannot believe how quickly time moves. It's just unbelievable. All right. Oh, I remember that video when they brought on David Brevik. Mr. Brevik. Your old Carino deck stacking should be even stronger this season, right? It should be. It should be. Speedrun battle versus Richie Rich. Whatever happened to that guy? Rich Campbell? Whatever happened to him? You don't want to know? Was it that bad? If you got David Brevik on your podcast, that would be awesome. I don't know how the hell I would even get a hold of him. But yes, that would be awesome. Oh man, that would be unbelievable if we pulled Brevik. There are fireworks going off on the 3rd. Yeah, they're prepping them. They're making sure they work. Duh. Mr. Brevik. Boom. Andre, I want this. I can't believe I found it. There's like 1,000 videos. Found it. Okay. add that to the video list for today. And done. That is good. It was pretty bad if all was true. Campbell? Why is there not a faster way to get to endgame? I'm sorry, is that a Torchlight question or is that a Last Epoch question? I've finally broken down and bought TLI for the low, low price of free. It's worth it. Telling you right now, it's worth it. Everybody should try TLI. Don't let people say, oh, the game's crap. Just try it yourself. Endgame in LE is whopping 2 hours of monos. Woohoo! I know, it's awesome. The Muffin Man! Oh my gosh. Muffin, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Very much appreciated. Very much appreciated. Congratulations to everybody that got one of those. Muffin, how are you feeling today? Where is your excitement level at? Hit me. How are we feeling today? I was pleasantly surprised by Torchlight Infinite. I really enjoyed it myself. The Muffin Man. My excitement is at the same level as my exhaustion. Everybody, Muffin. This is EHG right here, okay? So you got everybody on their best behavior. Extremely high. TLI question may not be appropriate to ask. Is Torchlight doing well financially? Can we expect many, many more seasons to come over the years? Totally appropriate. Totally appropriate. Question submitted. I think that is totally appropriate. I mean, it is true that when you look at least their numbers on Steam, it is bad. But we don't know what their mobile numbers are. Could be like through the roof. I don't know. Done. Any monolith changes for the next cycle? There's quality of life improvements. You are going to be able to search your monolith. They are adding the Nemesis system and the Harbingers to the monolith. They are adding updates to the Gaze of Orabis. They are adding updates to how parties will build corruption. There is a lot coming. Every single update from now until likely forever, EHG will be continuing to boost endgame systems. Yeah. A lot of good stuff. A lot of good stuff. Hey, thank you for the gifted sub, Mac. Thank you. Very kind. We had a goal of 500 subs. We smashed it. After playing Torchlight more recently, I'm super happy to see that Last Epoch is making it faster to bring characters, especially alts, to endgame. I look forward to all the future endgame content coming in future seasons. So next season will be, and I can't believe I'm even saying it out loud. Cycle 3, we'll be running another subathon. For Cycle 3. Should be something. What? Yeah. Yes. Endgame and ARPG is basically a loot grind. TLI can also be making their money in China or whatever. That's true. Let me practice. Oh my gosh. Come on. Oh, Simeons has gifted an additional 20 subs to the community, to the channel. Congratulations to everybody that got one of those. Oh my gosh. Our goal of 500, we are now at 531. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Just wait till the subathon. Woo-ha-ha. So we had a goal, and the goal was Twitch Partner Plus. Now that I'm a Twitch partner, I unlocked the ability for 70-30 rev split. And basically, after the subathon, I said if we can hit that goal for 3 straight months, I would do another subathon. I can't even tell you how many people reached out and said, hey, are you doing a subathon for Cycle 2? No, I'm not doing it for Cycle 2. Okay. But we hit our Twitch Partner Plus goal for February, March, April, and May. So we hit it 4 months, not 3 months. So because we hit our goal, I will be posting another subathon for Cycle 3. And my current guess is that's going to happen in November. Since Diablo 4's expansion is October 8th, there's no way PoE or EHG will be launching content into early October. And October 9th is 3 months from Cycle 2. So my guess is week 1 November. I bet you that'll be spot on. Watch. Week 1 November, Cycle 3. Subathon 2. Aaron, what minion build should I main next week? You should make a forged weapons forge guard. Forged weapons forge guard. Everything else I can't talk about because I'm still under NDA. Unless, since you work for EHG, you allow me to break my NDA. If you allow me to break my NDA, we could talk about other stuff. Huh? I like my job. No. All right. Sorry, everybody. I tried. Hey, see, don't ever say I didn't try, everyone. Allow him. TLI question. Since you have integrated max roll builds into the game, do you think this makes it less likely to see unique builds, or is it just to help casual players progress? That's a great question. Once I kill this crap, I will submit it to my list. Everyone, we are 25 minutes away. We are 25 minutes away. What do you mean by max roll builds? When you play Torchlight Infinite, in their options menu, imagine you hit escape, and right down here there's a button that actually says max roll, the website max roll. It is actually integrated into the menuing system inside of the game. Ah, the website. Yeah, it's pretty cool. That's a pretty interesting question. Does that help or hurt build diversity? That's a pretty... I've never thought of that. It's an interesting thought. Do you know the Muffin Man? So Muffin works for EHG. He just passed his 1-year mark. And I had the privilege of meeting up with Muffin last year at a gaming convention. We're just going to call it a gaming convention. Great for casuals like myself and people who don't have a lot of time to game. No, for sure. Okay, let me snag Wookiee's question. Got it. All right. Working for a gaming company for 1 year is amazing, right? I think what's awesome about Muffin is not only does he work for EHG, but he like truly loves his job. What are they doing? They want me to play Disintegrate. Damage over time. Okay, you need to turn into intelligence. That's all we want. No. No. Minion health. Nope. Next. Strength, attunement, health regen, armor base. Attack speed? Cast speed. Attunement. Nope. Next. Damage over time. Necrotic. Chance to chill. Let's do this. Fire. More fire. Oh, got close. T7 damage over time, T5 fire, T5 chill, and tier 4 fire penetration. That's close. Muffin Man, did you come for the Torchlight podcast? Hey, Muffin, if you're still out there, not to put you on the spot, not next Wednesday, but the following Wednesday. So a week after patch. I would like to have someone else from EHG come on the podcast. We already had Mike. It'd be awesome if you wanted to come on. That'd be awesome. See, we'll just throw him, put him on the spot. And we could talk about how it went, how EHG's feeling, builds, all that good stuff. That'd be fun. 21 minutes until the podcast kicks off. 21 minutes. After this run, I'll update all the titles and get everything ready. Looks like Frostylaroo and Andre are both in chat already. Getting ready to go. Thank you. I was able to come up with that because you never use a build guide, and I respect that. I use build guides when I have little time to spec out my own. No, for sure. Just to be clear, I don't think there's anything wrong with build guides. I think sometimes it is weird where someone's like, I am playing the S tier broken guide, and I cleared all content in a week, and last Epoch sucks because I have nothing to do. It's like, man, is that really your take? Sometimes it's hard to have some of these conversations. But yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with build guides. Everybody, right now I'm collecting any Torchlight Infinite questions. Right now I am collecting any Torchlight Infinite questions. I was expecting someone to bring up pay to win or the gotcha system. That is what I thought everybody was wanted to know about. That's what I expected. That is what I expected. I thought we were talking TLI, not D4. We are talking TLI. Good one, Cajun. Good one. I've already got, like, for the hot seat questions, I've already got scale of 1 to 10. What do you rank Diablo for? So I've already got what do you prefer, the Rock or Con Air? So I got all the basic questions all down. Never played Torchlight. Are they releasing something? Season 5 releases tomorrow. Their new season releases tomorrow. On the 4th of July. It's amazing looking too. It looks awesome. Yeah, it looks awesome. It looks good. All right, let's update. I'm just doing a quick update of the stream. Town Portal Podcast. TLI Andre. We gotta find a yellow symbol. What do we got? Trophy. What would be a good torchlight? A present. Pair of pants. A baseball. A yellow softball. A crown. Trophy. A bell. Who's your favorite streamer and why is it Aaron? That's a good one. I will add that to the list. No, I can't add that to the list because Frosty streams now. That would be disrespectful. All right. Torchlight is going to get a hot dog. That's yellow. A banana. No, can't put a banana. We are going to use a crown. Let's use the crown. That looks good. Town Portal Podcast, TLI Andre update. It's fine. I'm going to ask him if me and you got into a fight, who does he think would win? You would win for sure. Which Torchlight I should buy? It's free. It's called Torchlight Infinite. It is extremely fun. It is my current. People are always like, that's insane. It is my opinion. It does not need to be yours. It is currently my second favorite action RPG to play. It is right here. Currently holds a mostly positive. First is Diablo 4. Don't say stupid stuff like that. Downloading. You can ask him how his favorite streamer is and why it's you. Because Frosty will just edit him saying Frosty anyways. Okay. That's a good one. That is crazy, but I respect it. Okay, to be fair, I no longer play Path of Exile. I played Path of Exile only 1,600 hours. I have nothing against Path of Exile. I think Path of Exile is still king of the mountain, top dog in the genre. But I currently do not play Path of Exile. All right? I show up for every Diablo 4 season, and I do prefer Torchlight Infinite over Diablo 4. I show up for every Dwarven Realm season, and I show up for every last Epoch patch or cycle. Currently, my favorite is Last Epoch, then Torchlight, and somewhere Dwarven Realms or Diablo 4. But I am excited for Titan Quest 2, where we're going to find out all the news on August 2nd at the THQ Nordic Showcase. And I'm excited for Path of Exile 2. Currently in-game playing Path of Exile. I have nothing but love for Path of Exile. If the TLI guy does a good job, I might try Torchlight Infinite. I normally play Torchlight 2. Torchlight 2 is one of the greatest ARPGs ever made. Super excited for Titan Quest 2. Worried it's going to be more Souls-like. Yeah, that's what I always talk about in my video. The way they've portrayed Titan Quest 2, it feels like No Rest for the Wicked, which I would be upset with if that was the case. So far, I've found 17 different ways to play Necromancer. That's great. What about Witch for PoE 2? Huh? Witch? 15 minutes, everyone. 15 minutes. Torchlights are fun. Ask if we will ever see a D2 style rune word system. All right. Question submitted. Any chance we will see a D2 style rune word system in TLI? Got it. Am only excited for PoE 2 right now. Yeah. Torchlight Infinite is 100% free. Nothing holding you back from trying it out. And I really mean it. You guys, I have no reason to lie. XD is not paying me. I have no reason to lie. The game is free. And it's not like PoE free where, like, you know, if you want to take it serious, you need to buy stash tabs, which is fine. It deserves you to support them. You can have tons of fun in TLI and not spend a cent. Like, not a cent. I'm playing PoE until the next LE cycle. Hey, Necro, help me out here. What are your thoughts on the Necropolis leak? This is what I heard. I heard bad. Then I heard they fixed it. Then I heard bad. What are your thoughts since you've been playing the season for a while, the league? I heard bad. They fixed it. Nah, it's not that popular. Still bad. Okay, man, have to head out. Good luck on the podcast and have a good holiday tomorrow. Thanks, Orange. I am one of the only people that like it. Okay. I would guess if you play that much PoE, you have a group of friends that play as well. They don't like it? It's objectively a nightmare, but I really enjoy it. I see. Okay, that's fair. Earlier, I was talking about how we were talking about Diablo 4 and Season 3, the Construct League, how most people didn't like it. And there was someone in chat that said, oh, I really liked Season 3. So everybody has different opinions. New LE season. What's up, Noximus? The new Last Epoch season kicks off in 5 days. This coming Tuesday, July 9th. You will see communication later this week for the new community event I am holding. It'll be another treasure hunt race we will be doing. And hopefully patch notes soon. EHG has put out all the communication that they are going to post. We're just waiting on the patch notes. Dude, what I'm dealing with right now, we won't have to deal with in the future. And that is that we can regen mana while channeling in the new update. Okay, dang, I am on 14s next week, so I'll be late to start. Come on, 14s. Also looked like Season 3, it wasn't popular with creators. I play fun builds in Season 3. I just enjoy blasting on fun builds. Doesn't matter what the big ARPG, it's just... to be honest. I'm going to hit Cycle 2 the same way I hit Cycle 1. Necromancer Army. Ooh, I just updated my Fire Necro. We're at 405 Corruption right now. I think it's a 500 Corruption build. And it's Fire Army. It's a lot of fun. Are you starting fresh character for this LE season? I am not. I am not. Ooh, T7 hybrid. Oh, it's not hybrid. It's health and stun avoidance. I got all excited. That's fine. Okay, here we go. Ready? I played 4 tunes up to 100 and enjoyed the season a fair bit on D4. Yeah, 514, so 70-hour work week. That's crazy. That is crazy. Everybody, 9 minutes until town portal kicks off. All right. Throwing. Poison. Fire. Oh, man, we're going to need a lot of help. Mana. Well, we were going to seal this and then add hybrid health. Believe it or not, it didn't work. Go away, bad, stupid thing. Crit multiplier, fire. Boots, vitality tier 7. Movement speed. Oh, you're being a good listener. Crit avoidance. Five tiers with 8 forging potential. 3 tiers. Nope. What else? T7 endurance threshold with a percent to life on minion. You can do double minion. Then you could seal the percent to life. And add hybrid. Ooh, this would be a good belt if this goes through. 5 tiers, 16 forging potential. Minion damage tier 5, minion health tier 5, tier 7 endurance, tier 5 hybrid health with a tier 3 increased health. And you could duplicate it. 1 forging potential. Very nice. Right now we're collecting channeling shards. Sweet. Aaron, you should do cycle character for cycle 3. Since you're doing a marathon stream, you'll have plenty of time to start from scratch and experience that style. Okay, to be clear, Walker, I think this is important. Diablo 4. When I played PoE, Dwarven Realms, Torchlight, literally every single game I play, I start fresh. I do not start fresh in Last Epoch because of the amount of content I have to create, and since the games are identical. That is the only reason. If EHG continues to move towards cycle-only content, I will play cycle-only. I promise. But it is hard for me to re-level 15 masteries just for the sake of re-leveling 15 masteries. And you know that. And you know that. This season of Last Epoch will be my first time playing. I have played Forge Guard to get the feel of the game the last couple of days, and I have really enjoyed it. Ooh, Forge Guard's getting some love as well. Gluttony, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Oh crap, I should probably play LE before the next cycle. I've had fully moved to controller and haven't played LE since. Come on. 1-1 will be the second season, correct? Are we starting over? You can if you want. It's your choice. I get it. But you have 30 straight days of LE. Don't say stuff like that, Walker. I know what you're doing. Don't say that. 5 minutes. All right, everybody. We're 5 minutes away. Tonight's Town Portal podcast will be episode 3. Episode 1, we had senior developer from 11th Hour Games, co-founder of EHG, Mike. Episode 2, we had content creator, streamer, Hog, who is currently in first place in OTK's Next Top Streamer. And for episode 3, we have the community manager for XD that runs Torchlight Infinite, and their new season tomorrow drops, Clockwork Ballet, and that is Andre. So Andre will be joining us very, very soon. It should be an awesome Town Portal podcast. We did a technical test yesterday, and visuals and audio all sounded good, so hopefully there is no problem tonight. Gluttony, thank you for the 10 subs. Jeez, thank you so much. Congratulations to everybody that got one of those. Man, blown away by everyone's generosity tonight. Thank you so much. Question submitted to Ivan. Hey, Gluttony, I can't believe it. I have 19 questions written down from the community. Nobody has said, is TLI, in your opinion, pay to win? Question submitted and will be asked. It's for the TLI folks. Nephilim, that is very kind of you. Thank you. I know. Everyone's going to pay to win, pay to win. Time to grab the coffee before the podcast. Any suggestions on an easy and fun farming character? I'm looking for something when I am extra lazy. If you are looking for true lazy, I just put in the chat my build guides that are up to date. The ultimate lazy is only minions. And to be clear, this build can push over 300 corruption. And you have 5 summons. 5. This is the link. As if you really want to be lazy. Played Wraithborn Necromancer last league, and I thought it was not very interesting trying to decide between Paladin and going Necromancer over again. I cannot tell anybody what I am playing because I am still under NDA. I wish I could. I have said one of my first... I'm not sure yet. My second build or my third build will be a Forge Guard weapons, forged weapons build. So we will make a Forge Guard with forged weapons. And we will make a Disintegrate Rune Master. That'll be like 2 or 3. But the first build we are going to start with is... I can't say. But it will be a Primalist. All I can say, because I'm under NDAs, it will be a Primalist. Forge Guard is the best class. Woohoo! Any one-button build recommendations? I just put the link in there. Only minions. Only minions. But that being said, in last Epoch, I am going to make Righteous Fire work. I don't know how, but it's gonna freaking work. It's gonna work. I've been working on it for a while. Avalanche pet build with new buffs? I don't know. Maybe. I was playing 22 minions. Nice. Nice. Sorry I missed it. Is there more new LE news in this podcast? There is not, unfortunately. So tonight's podcast is with Andre, who's the community manager for Torchlight. All right. We have come to that time, everybody. We are there. We are now restarting today's stream with Frostylaroo and Andre, community manager for XD and Torchlight Infinite. Thank you all for your questions. It's time. Last one in the chat has to wear the thing. Oh my gosh. I'll see you all in a few minutes for the podcast. Woohoo!
tonight, along with Aaron and Frosty. We're taking flight, tune in, level up, turn the quest. In the world of action, we're the best. Welcome to the Town Portal Podcast.
Why, hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 3 of the newly established Town Portal podcast. My name is Aaron, the owner and operator of the YouTube channel Action RPG, and again, we have an awesome show for you planned. My co-host, Frostylaroo. Say your hello, sir. How's it going?
Hey, thanks, Aaron. Well, hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of the Town Portal podcast. I would like to introduce you all to Andre, the community manager for Torchlight Infinite. We have him here today. Before we get started, I want everyone to know that I'm a new player to the game, while Aaron has a lot of more experience with the game. So I'll be coming from a more general question side of the, the questions. But no worries, I have a lot of questions from the community on Reddit. So which we all know will go perfectly fine. Anyway, let's get started. Some general questions. Let's get started with some general questions.
Wait, let Andre introduce himself first.
Oh,
He can say hi.
Look, you shouldn't have had me do this, Aaron.
Andre, say hello. Tell everyone hi. Everyone wants to know if your background's real too. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, my background is definitely real. No, I just got it from a subreddit. I think it's called Neckbeard Caves, Neckbeard Nest, something like that. Yeah, so I'm Andre. I'm the new community manager for Torchlight Infinite. I've just been onboarded halfway through the last season through Whispering Mist, and previously I was working on 2 other XT titles. So previously I was doing T3 Arena, which is this kind of like arena-based MOBA shooter kind of game, and I was helping out with this upcoming TRPG, which is called Sword of Convalaria. And then they basically decided, oh, okay, maybe we kind of need to start taking things more seriously for the Western market for Torchlight. So maybe let's get some extra people on there. And yeah, that's where we are right now.
Oh, very, very cool. Does your background, did you take, people are asking if that's Asmongold's house, the background.
I cannot make any comments about Asma right now. We've been actually trying to reach out to him. So.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, that is really, really funny. Okay. Andre, thank you so much for coming on episode 3. I know it's not easy, and I know you guys are very busy with the new season, Clockwork Ballet, coming tomorrow. Now, Frosty, feel free to ask your first question, sir. I know you're prepped and ready.
Yeah, my first question was going to be on your background, but the other background. But now I'm going to ask about your physical background there. Is that lemonade all the way in the back there? You have a bunch of lemonade bottles. Like, what exactly is that?
It's, you know what it is. It's when you don't want to take bathroom breaks.
Okay. All right. Is this your at-home office or are you at work right now?
I'm going to say it's Gatorade. It looks like Gatorade. I'm going to say it's Gatorade.
It's called being efficient.
Okay, but yes, so for real, can you tell us generally about your background and how you got to be where you are now today?
Oh, great question.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Yeah, so basically I'm from Lisbon, Portugal. My actual background was very different. So I was actually a CPA before I got into this industry. I was an accountant. I was doing business development at a certain point, and my company just sent me over to China, and that was my first time coming here. Oh, and wow. Then I basically realized, this is actually way different from what I thought. Like, there's actually a lot going on here. Maybe I should just stay. And I looked around at what I could get, and eventually I kind of got this sort of very basic kind of internship position doing localization for video games. That was like my first foot into the industry. And I kind of just stuck to it from there. And T3 basically was my first venture into the whole community management, content creation content direction side of things, and I've stuck with XD since that project.
Wow. And how long
So,
have you been in China, and how was the experience like when you first got there?
it's been something like 5 years, going on 6 years so
Oh,
far, and I would say the overall experience is like a roller coaster. You know, at first you kind of have this, what do you call it, like passion period where everything is like so new and so exciting. You just love everything about being in a new country and a new culture. Then you kind of get homesick. And especially because I went through the COVID years here, and those were tough here because, you know, they were very strict on
yeah.
lockdowns and whatever. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So then you're like, oh God, I miss home. I miss Europe. But
And you
then
haven't
you just,
cleaned your desk since COVID. That's actually what it is. That makes sense.
you know what's funny? I'm not even joking right now. My actual apartment during the COVID years looked something like this because I was on actual lockdown. Like, I mean, lockdown, like locks on my door kind of lockdown. But yeah, then things get better. Then you kind of forget about that. There's also a lot of good stuff about being here. And I mean, working in the video game industry is in some ways kind of a dream come true because, like, you know, as a kid who basically grew up glued to his PlayStation, like having your mom in the back going like, you just need to go do your homework, just go
Yeah.
study, like get a proper job. And then after 20 years, you're like, hey, mom, I'm actually making money from this right now.
Does she still say get a proper job, or she gets it now?
I don't think she gets it, but at least she's like, she's relieved that, like, she knows it's a job. She just doesn't get it, I think.
What
Yeah.
games did you play on your PlayStation?
So I grew up playing mostly JRPGs, a lot of Squaresoft stuff before it was Enix. So it's funny because I basically picked up English from going through Final Fantasy VII blind because I was really young. I was born in 91. So when it was published in Europe, I think I was maybe 6 or 7 years old at the time. My dad got me the game. It was the first Square game that I really got into. And I remember just going through GameFAQs walkthroughs at the time, but I really had no idea what was written in the walkthroughs either. And I don't know how many hours it took me to get the first clear, but yeah. So let me think. On the PS1, basically the entire Final Fantasy series, Chrono Cross. Then I later got into the
Nice.
SNES games through emulation because, you know, I'm not actually old enough to have played them on an actual SNES, so I just, you know, I'm not endorsing emulation. I work in the industry. I would never do that. But yeah, that's
Too
basically
late.
how I got.
It's too late. That's it. No, keep going.
That's basically how I got into the other titles like Chrono Trigger and whatever. Going to next gen. Let me think. PS2. I really started getting into the Persona titles. I started getting more into Atlas kind of stuff. PC wise, I was always just playing more strategy games. Like Age of Empires was always huge in Europe. I don't know about North America, but it was a major thing here. Settlers, Age of Empires, those kind of games. Diablo 2 was pretty big here as well.
Yep.
Nice.
And yeah, and as of late, the only two games that really come out to me. Oh, I really got into the Souls series, but only from Dark Souls. I didn't play Demon Souls when it came out. I basically got into it from Dark Souls. And in recent years, like the only two things that really pop out to me are Elden Ring, which I put like 200 or 300 hours into that just during COVID lockdowns, and Disco Elysium. So those are probably like my main takeaways these past few years. And yeah, the remaining playtime on my free time is basically all put into Torchlight right now because I have a lot of catching up to do. Because, you know, basically I was on board through halfway through the previous season, and we do have internal guidelines. So when you get to a certain position, you should play until a certain level. You should unlock this and this and that. And
Cool.
And I think
For
that's
example,
important. So then you have an
Yeah.
understanding of the game you're promoting and working for. I think that makes
Yeah,
sense.
exactly. So for example, for my position, the minimum requirement last season was reaching level 95, which last season was something like time marks 7/2, something like that. But to be perfectly honest, like you get to that point, and it's not like, oh, now I understand the game. Now it's like, now I finished the tutorial, and now I need to like start putting in a lot of work and start going through Discord and Reddit and going through all the builds and community discussions. So, yeah, that's basically where I am right now.
So how long have you been playing Torchlight? So you're talking the game's been out for 2 years. When was the first time you got to play it? Was it last season?
The first time I got to play the game was actually when I came to XD, because at first the company wasn't sure which project they were going to send me to, and they were kind of uncertain about Torchlight and T3. So I don't even remember which season that was at Torchlight, but the game was totally different from what it is right now. Like going back to it this year, it almost feels like it's Torchlight 2.0.
Yeah, like it's a whole new game.
Yeah, for the better, in my opinion. And basically, last season I basically started from zero. I think I've got something like, I don't know, 400 or 500 hours on Steam so far. But those are Steam hours. I wouldn't count them like that.
Yeah.
I'll say maybe, I don't know, maybe 200 hours of gameplay time at the most. And I feel like that's given me like a comfortable point to, start doing community management for the game. But obviously it's a progress that you need to build on, like not just knowing the game itself, but you also need to start getting acquainted with all the creators like you guys. You need to start getting acquainted with all the players that are putting out the most quality builds or content and so on and so forth. So yeah, I would say it's a new beginning, basically. Kind of went on there. So.
No. You're totally fine. You're totally fine.
Yeah.
Thank you for explaining how you made it there and your transition, because XD is in Shanghai, right?
Yeah, exactly. We're located in the Shanghai office right now, including me.
Okay. Quick answer. How long does it take you from your apartment to get to work? I'm just curious.
It's quite far right now because now I'm living in the city center and the apartment. So I would say 1 hour commute each way, something like that.
Okay.
It's a big city. 1 hour is considered decent by Shanghai standards.
Okay. Since you have a couple of 100 hours into the game, you've worked for XD for a little bit now, you're the community manager in this genre. You've got the Diablo series. You've got Last Epoch. You've got PoE. You've got Chaos Bane, Inquisitor, Hero Siege. That's to name a few. Like this genre, some people consider it the golden age of action RPGs because there's so much competition.
It is. There is.
Working for XD, promoting Torchlight Infinite, what would you like to tell people why they should select to play this game? What do you think?
First of all, I want to ask people something very honestly and directly.
Oh, crap. This is off script. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I mean, as a Western players, I'm assuming most people dropping into this podcast, they all grew up playing on PC. We do have a very strong prejudice against mobile gaming in general, and especially games developed here, where I am right now. But I would say if you can get past the UI and some parts of the monetization system, which we can discuss more in depth later, you will find that Torchlight is probably one of the best ARPG offerings out right now, and it's totally free. I would say it's very honest and straightforward about what it's trying to do. It's got a very fast, clear, streamlined mechanic. It was developed in a way such as that basically any build can make it to endgame. Of course, when you get to the end game, you're probably going to be stuck in the FE grind, but that would be similar for all other ARPGs.
Yep.
And I think it's very addicting. It's very fast paced, and you can clear each seasons, each leagues in other games terminology, each league's content in basically just 1 or 2 weeks. So I basically think that for new players who aren't sure about it, it's totally worth including into your rotation. So basically, let's say you're done grinding something for the latest league from your top pick, and you're like, oh, now I have a lot of downtime. I don't know what I want to do. Give Torchlight Infinite a try, and I can promise that you will not be disappointed. You'll very likely be pleasantly surprised by what is a very good ARPG behind maybe a less than ideal UI and mobile monetization scheme, which are both being improved right now.
Yeah, I heard about the UI improvements. So can you go a little bit into that?
So that's basically something that we've been pushing for very hard for the global side of things. First, I can give you guys like a very basic insight into our player makeup. In the Western market, a very significant portion of players are actually on PC. They're playing through Steam, not mobile at all. And if you actually go through our Steam review comment section, it gets pretty nasty. And one of the major concerns is actually regarding the UI. So what happens? Yeah.
Go ahead. No, you're good. Go ahead.
No, you should actually pull it up because, I mean, I think they're being honest. Some of them,
Right.
I think they're a little rushed. Some of them, I think they just get scared off before diving too deep into the game. But yeah, basically, the game was originally developed for mobile, as we know. It was developed in China. China does not have the same history of PC gaming as we do. Gaming itself started much later here due to content restriction laws, basically in the 90s and early 2000s. And by the time gaming got established here, it was during the smartphone generation. So that's why it's so smartphone centric. But yeah, we've been making a huge push for them to develop a brand new UI system that, it actually works and feels like a proper PC UI should. So for example, for this upcoming season for SS5 Clockwork Ballet, we do have this new inventory system, which is optional. You can revert to the old one if you want to. I don't know why you would do so on PC, but and the new inventory is basically a much more traditional RPG inventory where you have the full character, you have the whole thing. And we're developing in a way in which it's going to work more similarly to PoE. So basically the inventory should not pause the game, and then you can pause the game via the escape key, basically.
That would be very, very nice. And we'll look at it later. I've got the teaser that XD put out for the PC UI on X. So I do have that pulled up for later as well that we could take a look at.
Oh, I got scolded for that one.
Did you?
Why? What happened?
I'm a dumbass, so I was using the internal test build for that, and I just recorded the whole thing through OBS, and it just went out, and then my manager was like, "Andre, you dumbass, the GM console is on there."
Perfect.
Oh.
Good. We'll look at it
We're
together.
gonna show it.
I've already got it pulled up. Perfect.
It's out there.
Hey, that's
Hey,
okay. We all make mistakes. It's all right.
I was like, "Should I take it off?" He was like, "Nah, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal." But it is what it is.
Yeah, as long as you don't pay it, tell anybody, no one will notice. Well, now that you've said it, though, we'll all notice.
It's called what's it called? The Barbara Streisand effect? Is that what you guys call it?
Something like that.
Yeah, we used to call it that. I'm not sure what we call it now. But yeah, people are asking real quick, when did you get your hair cut, and why'd you do the hairstyle change?
Oh, I was actually like this most of my life and for all previous projects. So yeah, funny story about that. So I first grew out my hair during the end of my previous project's life cycle. And players actually started making jokes about it. They were like, "Oh, that's where he took the server money. He went and got hair plugs."
Oh my god.
It's perfect.
Oh, the internet.
Andre, I don't know if you can share. When I was asking community earlier during the pre-show for questions, someone asked a good question that I am also very curious about. The entire player base for Torchlight Infinite. What is the breakdown for how many play on PC compared to how many play on mobile? Are you talking? I would guess the much larger majority is on mobile, but I have no idea.
Let me see if I can pull that up right now. I of course am not able to give you the actual specific data, but I think
But like
general
70 30,
breakdown.
90 10, like that's kind of.
Yeah, I believe that should be allowed. Let me just pull up the data here.
I'm going to guess 80 20. That's my guess. 80% play on mobile, 20%
Oh, really?
other platform. That would be
A
my
lot of
guess.
people have phones, you know?
What, you don't have phones?
Yeah, a lot of people got phones.
It's pretty even. So, oh, actually no. Okay, surprisingly, because PC and Steam we have some players that were counted as PC, not Steam. I don't know why. Maybe they're logging in through a separate client. So yeah, for the global build, which is the only one that I have access to, I don't have access to the China data. PC is actually number one. Then we have Google Play. Yeah, PC is number one, and then we have Google Play, and then we have the App Store. The App Store is actually behind Google.
But at the app, so you're talking iOS, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So iOS and Android combined is less than PC.
No. iOS and Android combined is more than PC.
Okay.
Yeah, but separately it would be Steam or PC would be number one, then Android, and then iOS.
If you combined Android and iOS, what's the percentage?
It will be more than PC. Yeah. It will be more than PC.
60-40?
Mobile is still.
We need the numbers.
I can't give you the actual numbers, but I can tell you it's closer than you think.
Okay. And that includes the China market. The Chinese market.
No China.
Okay, that's including the Western market?
Only the Western market, yeah. So basically the platform, the console that I have access to, it only includes the global build. So basically all markets outside of China, because they have their own build.
Got it.
So basically mine, it includes information from basically Japan, Korea, all of Europe, North America, etc.
Got it. Okay.
So if you get caught like on your phone, but like you're playing Torchlight at work, like that considered working?
Oh yeah, we're expected to do that. It's part of
nice. That's awesome.
No, I've actually had fights with coworkers at previous projects.
You better be on your phone.
Yeah, exactly. You should actually play the game that you're doing. Like, come on, bro. Like you're doing marketing or whatever for this game, and like you barely know the game.
I have a very important question. Have you ever played Last Epoch?
Actually, no, I have not.
Oh, geez.
That will conduct today's Town Portal pod. No, I'm just kidding. Never? If I gave you a copy, would you try it?
Yeah, of course. I could actually even live stream it myself. I think it will be fun.
Well,
I don't think it will be a problem for XC either if I did that.
Yeah, it'd be like you want to know the competition so that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
I mean,
we do have
yourself. Yeah, go on.
We do have people on the team which are basically playing the competition, I would say, but I see a lot of PoE actually. I see more PoE than I see people playing Diablo, but I don't think I've actually seen that many people playing Last Epoch. I can check it out as well. It'll be fair. Like I'm here on the live stream inviting people to check out Diablo, to check out Torchlight.
Oh.
To check out
I'm
Torchlight.
down for that. That's great.
So I think it would be fair enough if I also give Last Epoch a try myself.
You should know, Andre, that you are talking to the #1 Diablo 4 super fan. That's Frosty. He's the #1 D4 super fan. So.
That's me. I'm a Giga Chad. I love D4. It is my favorite game. No other game even comes close. And if you say it does, you're lying. But more on that later. Real
What
quick
about
before we
past
get into
Diablo games?
past Diablo games. They're good. They're just trying to be Diablo 4.
Don't listen to Andre. Don't listen to him.
They've
Don't
copied so
don't
much from Diablo 4. It's ridiculous.
don't feed the troll. Don't do it.
But yeah, before we get into the more in-depth questions on the season, real quick, I'm pretty new to Torchlight. I played this last weekend. I got to 74. Just randomly, where did the word Torchlight come from for the game?
From the actual Torchlight series, I would guess.
Yeah. Just do you know why they decided to call it Torchlight? Diablo, it's because they're fighting Diablo.
Isn't it you have to?
Isn't it? Is it? No, yo. Wasn't it because of the actual Diablo guy? Wasn't the guy actually called Diablo?
It's about the demon Diablo.
No, I heard that it was about the producer's friend, which was called. Hold on, I have to Google.
Okay,
this.
you know more about Diablo than you do about Torchlight at this point with the name.
I thought So
Go
there's
on in.
Torchlight 1, 2, and 3, and then Torchlight Infinite, which was a licensed product from Torchlight to use.
Exactly.
Yes. I believe the Torchlight isn't it in the first games you had to light the torchlight? Wasn't that it or something like that?
Okay.
It was some
What
crap
about
like
Infinite?
that.
What's the Infinite?
It's
There's a joke about it going on a community guide. Am I allowed to say it? I saw it on a review once. Oh god.
It's okay if you I don't really want to get you in trouble, but yeah, definitely say it.
It's actually not true, by the way. The monetization is not that bad. But I saw a review once that was like, it's called Infinite because that's the amount of money you can spend on the game.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. No. It's actually not like that.
Don't worry, the Diablo 4 superfan will compare it to Diablo Immortal later. So we'll
not even Diablo Immortal. I think you can infinitely spend in Diablo Immortal. But if Diablo 4 has a great monetization situation going on with the $70 game, $30 pre-order, the $20 battle pass with $65 cosmetics, and we're making fun of a free-to-play game where you can maybe get like a few heroes that you can earn in-game while playing. It's great. It's what we do over here.
And speaking of that, speaking of being a $70 game, I mean, obviously, I can't give you guys specific numbers again, but the interesting thing is that if you actually averaged out the income by player on a game like Torchlight, even accounting for all the whales, it's not even gonna
$35.
It's nowhere close to what a AAA game costs. Like nowhere. It might be less than many indie games on Steam. I can tell you that.
Okay.
I know this is so far-fetched. I get asked this question and brought up all the time when I stream TLI. Like, has XD ever considered splitting it? So obviously they're never going to take it to a retail cost because that would kill the mobile side of it. But basically, you now have Torchlight Infinite mobile, and then you pull out anything pay to win, anything gotcha, and you turn in Torchlight Infinite into its PC version with a retail price with that stuff removed. I don't even know if it's possible, but
I would say you're onto something. That's all I can say.
Okay.
Now with a retail price, that is not what's being considered, but there are discussions about how to better adapt the game for global audiences. Let's just say that it's not gonna go on retail at a full sale price. That's not the plan, but let's just say that we're discussing how to address the community concerns that have basically prevented the game from taking off as we hoped.
Any considerations to bringing the game to console in the future?
It's not in our short-term plans, but we do have the precedent right now because actually one of our other upcoming titles, the other one that I'm working on, sort of Convaleria, it's actually going to be published on Steam, on Switch, on the Nintendo Switch.
Oh, cool.
So that's going to be actual console launch. So if that goes okay, maybe it's enough for us to incentivize the developers here to also go for a console push, but definitely not on our short-term plans. PC, I would say, is our main focus right now.
I was going to save this question for when you're between two red portals, but I feel like this is a perfect transition point. Financially, how is XD doing with Torchlight Infinite as far as runway goes? Any concerns about future seasons not being possible? How's that going?
I can tell you very straightforward that if I'm being brought into a project halfway, it means that they're like actually adding manpower to the project. So
Okay.
I think that can tell you something about the game's current state. They're actually increasing investment into the game.
Yeah, they're not pulling people away or...
Exactly. So basically, I can maybe also give you a little more insight about the past development of Torchlight without getting into anything too specific. So, in my own personal opinion, and this is not representing XD as a whole, I think the initial launch was a bit too rushed. And I think the original project was not what we would call a 1.0 build. And what I'm guessing from my personal perspective is that the reason for that is that at the time, XT was managing a lot of projects and most of them were not doing very well financially. So the company had a lot of pressure to push forward their publishing schedules. And Torchlight might have been one of those. What actually happened this past year is that due to the ongoing development and the massive efforts, mostly from the development team, the game has actually seen season-on-season improvements as far as numbers such as player retention and so on and so forth go. So I would say Torchlight right now is at a more stable point where it can consider expanding investment, basically.
Nice.
Okay.
I wouldn't say the game is making a fortune. That's not what I'm trying to portray here. But
yeah, but it's not shutting its doors.
Yeah, I would say that it's stable and it has long-term plans.
Okay.
All right. I mean, Aaron, I might actually get into this season here unless you got any questions before I jump in.
No, I am ready to transition to the next part unless you have more questions before we move over to the season stuff.
Is the next... Okay, let's see. I have one more question before we go to the season. What is your favorite hero? And what... actually, no, that's just it. There's a second part seasonal.
So, favorite hero first, right?
Yeah.
I was basically playing mostly with Gamma last season just because apparently she had like one of the cheapest builds to go with last season, and I didn't want to spend that much time grinding FE. So, of course, new season, new hero. I'm probably gonna main Carino this next season, but I did check him out last season.
That's
and
right.
I was, yeah.
Sorry.
I know you're a Carino main, yeah.
That's all I play.
I also tried going with him last season. I don't know. I got like up to time mark 7, and I was like, oh god, what am I doing like this? I just got one of those like beginner builds from Natural, I believe, and then I was like, oh no, this is cursed. Like now I have to like revise this whole thing, and I was like, no, I cannot be bothered.
Oh, we have a max roll question for later too. Not right now. Good, Frosty?
Geez, yeah, I'm good. I mean, I got a lot of random questions, but we can just keep going. I mean, nah, let's go.
Moving on.
I'll ask it later.
And everybody at the end of the podcast, we will have Q&A. So anybody watching on YouTube or on Twitch or X, I will read your question out. All right, switching on to part 2 of our Town Portal podcast. And Andre now has an extra screen. Isn't this night? The new season, Clockwork Ballet. Now, what we're going to be looking at together is we're going to play the basically 90-second trailer together. We're going to check out the new hero. We're going to check out the new PC UI. And then if we have time, if he really wants to, we'll look at some reviews. I don't know how value added that will be, but that will be up to Mr. Andre. And then we'll hit
I think we can do it.
Okay.
I think we can do it.
All right. We're going to start off with our extra screen by taking a look at the new seasonal mechanic that is coming tomorrow on the 4th of July. Enjoy. You make this trailer?
I didn't make it.
Yeah, so that is one of the trailer. There's multiple videos. I just picked the one with Bing the Bomber in it. Clockwork Ballet, 4th of July, 7 p.m. PDT. Okay, I was going to save this question for later. As a Western audience member, why in God's name did you guys pick the 4th of July to release the season? Have you seen the movie Independence Day? Sorry, that's never mind.
Yeah. No, I actually had a song in my mind right now. So it's 4th of July by Soundgarden. No, I think, oh God, am I gonna get in trouble? Oh God.
You don't have to answer. Don't say something that's gonna get you in trouble.
Yeah. You just make up something if you want.
No, I can be perfectly honest. Well, as much as possible.
This is all allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly.
Yeah. The main reason for the update coming when it's coming, so basically tomorrow for me, maybe later tonight. Oh, I'm getting mixed up with that.
It's because it's Thursday for you right now, correct?
Yeah, for me it's Thursday right now.
Yeah.
For you guys it's still Wednesday, yeah.
Yeah.
So basically the reason for it this date was to try to not 100% go head-to-head, toe-to-toe with the other releases coming out right now.
Okay.
So basically we thought maybe let's move it around a little bit, push it up maybe a week or two, and
there it is. Yep. Okay, that makes a lot of sense, and that's what I figured.
Yeah.
What other releases were you trying to avoid?
Oh, basically everything is coming out this month.
Yeah, July is a heavy game drop month for sure. Okay, so Andre, the floor is yours for a little bit. Why don't you tell all the viewers about the new season Clockwork Ballet?
Okay, so basically, if you haven't seen the whole season preview thing, please go watch it. It's relatively in depth. We did add a lot of things after the season preview was finished because the final build was actually only delivered today. So that means up until yesterday, the developers were still actually tinkering with a lot of things. So if you really care about specific numbers, the patch notes are worth looking into because they were revised 2 or 3 times. So basically, quick overview. We have this whole new season, Clockwork Ballet. It comes with its own new seasonal gameplay, which is going to be taking place inside the maps this season. So yeah, I know a lot of players do not like the idea of having to take a portal somewhere else, like going out of the main action. So basically, in the maps right now, we're going to have this new NPC called Alice451. You talk to her.
She's right here.
Yeah, she has nice physics. You're you're gonna talk to her. You basically get 3 dialogue options, and the minigame just starts from there. Then you get rewards based on your performance in each minigame inside the map, and then the seasonal mechanic has its own season talent system, passive system, basically. We have a new hero trait, of course. It's going to be the new Carino, Zealot of War. Yeah. Aaron was very excited telling me he's a Carino mate.
Well, I'm excited and mad because, like you said, there's lots of competition. There's the first Descendant, and then there's Final Fantasy, and then there's Last Epoch, and then there's Once Human, and then there's Diablo 3 Season 32, and then you literally, out of all the games I just mentioned, Torchlight Infinite is in between them all. And then later in July, there's the new season of PoE, and then first week of August, there's the new season of Diablo 5. So for me as a content creator and streamer, somehow I have to try and balance all of this. Anyways, sorry, go on.
Yeah, basically new hero trait. There was a massive overhaul to crafting. So if you're coming from previous seasons, that's probably going to be the biggest change. You can now craft legendaries, which is a huge thing. So, for example, for someone like Frosty, this might not make a lot of sense.
It's okay.
But,
Frosty doesn't know what energy is yet.
I have a bunch of Reddit questions I'll be asking during this, and it won't be from me, but it'll sound intelligent. But go on.
Okay. So basically, if you were playing previous seasons of Torchlight, what you would find is that, first of all, drops were not satisfying. You felt like after the tutorial, basically all drops were garbage, and you were basically just ignoring them, and you were just basically grinding currency for the auction house. And all the endgame builds were also only using rare gear, which is a shame in my opinion, because legendary gear has a lot of fun and interesting mechanics that rare gear doesn't necessarily have. So basically what this season was trying to do is first try to make drops in general more viable, so that you don't feel like I'm just skipping through piles of garbage on my screen while just grind currency for the auction house.
That's exactly how it is. It's like it's all literally all you do is flame elementium. That's all you're trying to get. Yeah. Every once in a while you get an item, and normally it's like a T21 or a precise skill that'll give you a couple hundred, but that's mainly what it is.
Yeah, so basically that was my experience as well, because last season was my first season playing Torchlight very seriously, and that's what I felt when I first came here. And I was like, wait, why am I just there's nothing I can use? Like, you get to the end game grind relatively fast, and it's like, well, no, I'm just grinding for FE. So basically that was one of the issues they were trying to address. was making drops in general not just more rewarding, but also making the transition from the mid game to the end game more stable and more in line with the overall game philosophy, because Torchlight is hoping to be a more streamlined, fast-paced offering compared to the competition.
Let me pause you right there. There might be some people watching that have never actually seen gameplay. I'm going to show off right now the new hero, Carino, my favorite class in the game. And everyone can take a look at the fast-paced nature. For the people that stream this game, I'm good friends with Mike One Up, and we actually call it PoE Light. And it's not comparing Torchlight to PoE. Don't get upset. All right.
We embrace that title, actually. We embrace it internally.
PoE Light, and it's PoE Light in terms of like speed, super zoom, pew, pew, and you have these monster AoE clearing skills. Check this out. New Carino. Carino's my boy. Me too. I actually think you're coming up to narrate this in a second.
Now I really can't wait to see how fast.
Who's this guy? What's all this hair right here? What is this? Who is that? Sorry.
This season's first clear is going to be, and also stay tuned for some brand new speedrun events coming this season.
Comes the bullets. Dude, the attack speed on this character looks insane, by the way. Tech, good luck.
This season, Carino is making his return as the Zealot of War. When all hope of revenge is lost and the bullet in his gun turn from the judgment of justice to the venting of pain, Carino falls from being a noble ranger upholding justice to a restless Zealot of War. Zealot of War Carino can actively switch combat modes to adapt to different battle scenarios. When facing countless mobs, he adopts mobility mode to move agilely and effortlessly around the battlefield. When dealing with stronger foes, he switches to annihilation mode, pouring all the bullets in his chamber towards the target. If the Zealot of War activates his hero trait blank shots, he can continue shooting even after running out of ammo, providing powerful and lasting firepower coverage. However, this massive damage comes with a downside. When the machine gun overheats, it enters a lengthy cooldown. To counter this, the Zealot of War's traits offer various tactical options. You can cool the machine gun for rapid movement, or utilize the overheated muzzle to enter burning red mode, making his damage output even more terrifying.
That you see here is recorded from our internal test build, so some minor things might actually change when the final build comes out, but should be relatively close.
That's 13 projectiles coming out, the bullets.
Moreover, memory and relics provide even more possibilities for the Zealot of War.
No. Ranger
that's
Glory.
one of the
With his
that's one of the
versatile
really
combat
fun things about Torchlight, especially if you're coming from a background in games like shoot 'em ups, like those old arcadey horizontal shoot 'em ups, is that when you start filling out your passive, your passives, like the screen doesn't look like a traditional RPG anymore. Like it's basically just a bullet hell kind of thing.
Yeah. Since you have played the class, as someone like me that likes Carino, do you think I will like the new character? I have some people in chat that try to race me every season, and they're not very good. So they're wondering if they're going to have a better chance with me playing the Zealot of War, or will I be stronger? What do you think?
I would say that at this point, it's too premature for me to make any solid conclusions.
Okay.
Because I don't know if you've been through the patch notes or not, but basically a lot of things were changed for this season. So I think the whole meta is going to change so much that, you know, I can't say with safety, hey, this class is going to do better, this class is going to do worse. I have to wait at least 1 week to see how badly players are going to break the game, basically.
Okay. That's fair. That is fair. You want to ask one of your questions, Frosty?
Yeah, you were mentioning the change to the crafting system earlier. Is this something that solo self-found people are going to enjoy? I know I don't really like using the auction house as much, so is this going to give more power to the solo self-bound players?
So, solo self-found is basically another issue as of itself.
Okay.
So okay. So first of all, we made a lot of changes into legendaries, and looting in general has been adjusted. So what this means is that, in theory, solo self-found players should have a lot more mats going forward.
Okay.
Auction house is still major though, right?
Yeah. So,
I feel like Frosty, and I could jump in for a minute. I've played this game every single season with the exception of, I think there was the Graveyard Eternia or Eternium, whatever it was, season, because it happened to launch the exact same time as last Epoch. But this game is really big on player-driven economy. So a lot of times it is you are farming up enough currency to go buy the said item that you need, because your chances of actually grinding and getting that perfect drop is tough. Or in other ways is you are crafting your end game gear. So there are times where you could play solo self-found, but even sometimes when you're crafting, you want to find that good base. So you're purchasing the base from the auction house to be able to craft it for your end game build.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, speaking of that, I have a question from Reddit I don't understand. Excadium asks, I would like to address my biggest complaint. Permanent auction house pages. It's disappointing that you need to buy them every season. This feels bad. Are there any plans to change this?
I mean, that gives you some, just you have to buy extras. Sorry, go ahead, Andre.
I don't know what that means.
like, that goes with the whole seasonal monetization scheme, basically. The way that devs have monetized the game right now is that in order to ensure a consistent minimum of income, they need to ensure that there's basically a red line, a minimum of income that they can get every season that will allow safe and stable development going forward. And that actually comes from the season pass and the most season related purchases. So I guess the reason for still not making the auction house slots permanent is because at the moment they still need to ensure that every few months they get that kick when the season comes. So is it gonna stay like that forever? Is it gonna change? I can't make any promises right now.
You know,
basically,
let me jump in for a second as someone that's played for a long time. I have never purchased extra auction house tabs. Now, if you're playing the game extremely serious, if it's your only ARPG, if you play it longer than a month, I could see why people want more space. I think I farmed 7,000 Flame Elementium over a few weeks last season. And I know there's different levels of players. So for me, 7,000 is a lot, but then you have some people that are like, oh, I farmed 500,000, right? Which is like, you know, that upper echelon of tiers. So it just, the auction house tabs, I think I've never purchased them. I've never needed them. I feel like that one is not as big as a deal as normally what I get is that it sucks that I want to play the new content. I want to play the new Carino, but it's locked behind the battle pass, which again, you want to play the new thing. This game is free to play. That's, you know, that's how they keep the game going. But that's the one I see more than ever is, and I want to play the new Carino. I can't unless I spend money. That's
also something that has been discussed. The paywall for heroes. Because personally, I do think that it would be ideal if all heroes could be free. Whether that can be achievable or not, it's going to depend on whether we can transition to a different monetization scheme. So basically, can we implement something different that's going to allow us to sell less season passes, which that's one of the reasons that the heroes are locked behind the season passes, that we need that driving force.
Of course.
Basically, can we come out with a different system that allows you to maintain a similar level of income while all heroes are free? If the answer is yes, then of course we would prefer for all heroes to be freely playable. So that's one of the issues that are currently under analysis with the development team and the team in charge of monetization.
Just add $65 horses to the game and you got it.
Who was the? I think the first game that actually did it was it Oblivion? How much did they charge
Oblivion?
for
I think it was like $2.
Really, for the horse armor DLC? Yep. I think it was more than that for just some horse.
It was so small. It was such a cheap amount. It's gonna blow your mind.
Oh, 2.5. 2.5.
Oh, okay.
And it was like,
Every time, Frosty, the $60 horse comes up in my chat, someone goes, it's not the cost of the horse, it's you get the platinum with it, and the horse is just the bonus. Someone's thinking that right now. Yep. Come on, tell the truth. Before we transition to the Steam comments, I have prepared something for you, Andre. This is very important to me. And before you comment, let me just publicly say this, okay? This is Ian, who was our old community manager who used to run this presentation, okay? I found this on stream earlier. I will personally pay for the creation and full shipping to get this Carino statue made and in my studio. I will also promote the game by having it in my background if I can get this Carino statue. Now, when I previously talked to XD, they said they only had one, and I swear on my life, I'm not kidding. They said, we can send you one of these little guys. I was like, I don't want one of those little guys. I want this. So I'm going to send you this picture, and the fact that I'm fully paying for it and it's going to market the game, I think it's a win-win. So
it is a win-win.
I do think we should, not only just, of course, give them out to creators, because that makes perfect sense. It's free marketing for the game, basically. But I do think we should even sell them as merch. That's always been an issue for us because, oh god, shipping game merch out of China, it's such a massive headache. It's the same issue for all XC games that I've done so far. None of them have like a decent merch ecosystem so far. I would love for us to like actually sell these, like maybe have them at some physical stores over a few select countries, a few select regions. Let's see.
You said Ian's still around too, right?
Yeah, he's still around. He was actually just messaging me on.
Tell him he made it to the podcast. He's probably like, God, I
He's
hated doing
asking me.
that.
He's watching.
Is he
Let me
really?
just- Yeah. He's like, why am I on screen? Let me just.
Ian, welcome. See, you made it on. Oh, by the way, someone also in chat earlier was asking what happened to the person that presented the last season.
Oh, I think they were. I think they were just hired actors,
Okay.
actresses, models, something like that. I believe.
That's what he was asking about. Ian, you made it on. Congratulations. All right. Actually, I'm sorry. Before we go to Steam, there's one more thing we have to look at together. Now, everybody, Andre, currently above me right here, put this on X earlier today. This is the sneak peek of the brand new PC UI, now confirmed to be coming tomorrow for the new season.
It's gonna be live tomorrow. That's right.
Prefer devs to do it over actors. I agree. So in the settings, you can switch to style 1 or style 2. And I love that you use Carino. It's very smart. This is my question for you. So this is the updated PC UI. Can you drag and drop items?
On the build that I use, not yet. I'm not sure if it's going to be available when it comes tomorrow because the test build is actually unfinished. So, for example, on this build that I was using, it's actually still pausing the background, as you can see.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not supposed to happen, or that should be something that you can turn on and off in the options menu. And basically, the team was rushing to get this UI out as soon as possible. So when it comes out tomorrow, it might actually not be fully featured.
Yep.
Meaning that some things such as drag and drop or not pausing the background might not be available, and they will have to patch it in after maybe a couple of days, something like that.
Because I think most people would agree with this. If you've played Undecember, if you've played Torchlight Infinite, normally within the first literal minutes of the game, you know you are playing a game that has a mobile port, or maybe the game was designed for mobile and was ported to PC because the UI doesn't function the same. So standard isometric action RPGs, you can drag and drop items, you could throw them on the floor, you could move them everywhere. And with mobile games ported to PC, it's normally like click, select, and the item moves up, and it just feels very different. So yeah. But this looks like, I mean, as far as visually wise, it looks like a huge step in the right direction. This looks like a PC UI.
Yeah. And it's actually just the first step. Yeah, sorry, please go.
Oh yeah, real quick, a positive note on the inventory system. I'm new to this game, and I realized I could disassemble every item in my inventory without having to go back to town. I just keep on grinding. I really like that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but basically, that's one of the things that I also think that differentiates Torchlight from other offerings is that you can do as much as possible with as little UI clicks as possible. So basically, we try to make a lot of the same things accessible from the same menu, so that you don't have to go run to a certain town to talk to a certain NPC to conduct very basic.
Frosty,
functions.
but then the blacksmith would miss you if you didn't have to run to town. Like, what are you talking about?
I love being in town.
And you have to collect all of your yellows to sell them for gold, so you couldn't, you don't.
That's true. You have to like look at all the yellows. Oh my.
Well, let's still have
Are
to
there
go
yellows?
to things.
All right, I just want to be as clear as possible. This was not planned today. This was not on the agenda. We are currently on the official Torchlight Infinite Steam page. Release date May 9th, 2023 for the 1.0 release. Currently holds a 70% mostly positive on Steam. And honestly, the first reviews, so we're just kind of bouncing back and forth. 9 out of
Okay.
10 ARPG behind a 4 of 10 mobile game. Very nice. This is the type of game to play in between seasons of other games. This is exactly what Andre was talking about. Absolutely amazing game. The devs absolutely nailed it with the release of SS5. Technically, it's not out yet. Torchlight Infinite is a good game.
Filter for the bad comments. Let's go.
All right, fine. I'm not going
I
to
think
read
the
this
first
whole
one was
thing.
very objective.
Oh my god. I'm not reading this whole thing.
I know.
Has
Get
the-
the small. Oh no.
Has the tools to be amazing, but unfortunately too many things are holding it back. Deal breakers, classes locked behind a paywall, gear doesn't show up on the character except weapons. Oh yeah, that is true. A lot of people don't like that. So Frosty, you probably noticed this, that your gear doesn't show up on your character. It's just MTX. Endgame mapping system is incredibly repetitive. Lack of interaction with league mechanics. I don't agree with that. I think the league mechanics are fun, especially not last league, but the previous league, which was Sweet Dream. That was my favorite season. League mechanics are too convoluted and require insane amounts of grinding. I don't really agree with that. Convoluted systems. All right, moving on. This checks all the boxes for predatory game design. It looks like there's potential for a mediocre game, but it is completely obscured by the mobile-first UI design. Daily login bonuses, limited time events, dozens of different premium currencies, microtransactions. Man, that paragraph is brutal. Isn't even mentioning the bugs or terrible UI. I don't want to read any more of that one. It's just mobile shiz ported to PC. Okay. All right. All right.
I think we can address some of those like step by step.
Just to be clear, and I said this earlier, and I deal with every single thing I just read in those comments when I stream Torchlight Infinite. I heard the game's fade away, and I hear it's mobile trash. I have to answer these questions every time I stream it. Right now, the 4 games in my seasonal rotation are Last Epoch, Torchlight Infinite, Dwarven Realms, and Diablo 4. And I'm going to be adding Titan Quest 2 and PoE 2. I think if you have not played this game, you should at least give it a try. It is a very, very, very fun, fast-paced action RPG that continues to improve, that does have some of the faults that were mentioned, but the term PoE light, I agree with. And I think it's fun. But yeah, it definitely needs some work.
I think we can address the monetization part. We've kind of been dancing around that. I think it might be worth talking about it.
Okay. What do you want to say?
So first of all, I would not consider Torchlight pay to win at all for several reasons. One that you see more commonly inside the industry is that the game is fully single player, and to which some people might add, oh, but you do have a leaderboard, so it might contribute to that. So that's a controversial question that we cannot fully avoid.
You know, Andre, let me pause you for a second. Talking about pay to win, I think we should put Andre between 2 portals. What do you think, Frosty?
Yeah, let's just throw him on over there. And I mean, I had a Reddit question about multiplayer. I don't know.
That goes hand in hand, actually.
Yeah. We need to put some pressure on you for these ones.
Yeah, I'll start with the Reddit question here.
Here we go.
Let me see if I can find it.
You are officially in the hot seat.
Okay, so Irekath from Reddit asks, when will full multiplayer be available? He elaborated, asking if there will be more parts of the game unlocked for multiplayer, and if there are any plans to increase the size of the multiplayer party, which I believe currently is 2.
2, yep.
Multiplayer, no short terms for multiplayer, and the reason is very simple. The reason is that we consider that monetization as it is, it's in a fair state. Because basically, to people who might not be very familiar with our monetization system, Torchlight has this pet system, which are the only microtransaction that actually comes with any bonuses or stat boosts. And the main way that pets can be useful is in regards to XP and loot drops boost. So these can greatly speed up your progression to the in-game in each new season. Now, in a single player only game, we do not feel like this is a concern because you're basically paying to shorten your campaign, paying to shorten your league. There is absolutely no content at all that is locked behind a paywall or that is locked behind such a sudden difficulty spike that you need a pack to get behind it. That's not going to happen. Unlike some other games that have been mentioned in this podcast, you do not need microtransactions to get behind a sudden spike in difficulty. That does not occur in Torchlight. What happens is that they do allow you to farm more effectively, which, for example, if you get into, the grinding flow of things, they may be helpful. Now, in single player, we did not find this to be an issue because the closest thing you have to multiplayer is basically a sort of leaderboard. As soon as you include proper full multiplayer, then the issue gets more complicated. So I would say not in the short-term plans unless we get a very different monetization system to what we have now. So no, not in the short-term plans.
So most people would consider in any game, single player, multiplayer, if I can swipe a credit card and make my character better, whether it's low or high, the game is pay to win. So that is normally, at least in the Western market, is all I can talk about. That now I think you are right that there is definitely varying degrees of pay to win. Some is a little subtle, some doesn't matter as much, and then you do have games like Diablo Immortal where it's like egregious, right? And I can say that the gacha system, in my opinion, is a pay-to-win element, simply for the fact that you are spending real money, which does give your character power. But normally the way I like to explain it to people is pets in general, the gacha system is not fully gated behind money. So for me, I normally put out a video every single season, and I call it my pet pull video, because I can pull about 50 free pets every single season. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that the system is not pay to win, but it's nice that at least XD inside of that system gives you, they're free. You can get them for free. But yeah, I don't know, Frosty, what do you think?
I pretty much agree, but I guess my main question is, if I spend money in the game and I still suck, is it pay to win?
Which
pay to lose.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not that great.
I mean, which does happen. For example, our best times, that they all come from when we organize those speedrun events, and they're restricted, so the server doesn't have any pets, anything like that.
Okay,
and
great.
On average, the times that you get from those, like from the players within those events, they are much faster than the average players in the normal server, even including pets. So now the question is, if they had the pets as well, would they be even faster? Yes, they would be even faster.
Yeah.
But what this goes to say is that there is enough of a skill component to the game, enough of a mapping knowledge component to the game, that it's not like just having a decent pet is gonna actually make your whole mapping and grinding strategy faster than a player who actually knows the game.
Real quick, you mentioned speedrun competitions you guys host. I'm just first time hearing about this. How would people know about these? Where do they look for them? How do they sign up? How do they enter?
So this season, the way that we're actually planning to do it is that we're trying to do everything in-game. So in-game, there will be a speedrun server.
Oh, cool.
Ideally, it's gonna open like something like 2 or 3 weeks after the season launches. We're not sure about the specific dates yet.
Nice.
Because we need players, yeah, we need players to have enough time to get used to the new season mechanics, to the new meta, and after that, we'll hopefully open a new server inside the game that is, like I previously mentioned, probably not going to have the auction house either. So if we do a full SSF server, it's going to be no auction house, no pass, no nothing, and then it's going to be a speed run through that. And so promotion and sign up wise, it's going to be promoted over all our socials, of course, and then you're actually going to have the full entrance for that specific server inside the game. And we're hoping to this season have full-on in-game leaderboards for that. So,
Nice.
for example,
Cool.
yeah,
I think that's awesome.
So, let's say we define the clearing as, for example, defeating a first-time traveler. It's gonna be displayed in game, so you're gonna have a leaderboard for that, and that's what we're aiming to do. I'm not sure what the percentage of development progress for that is right now, but that's the general direction right now. Just having a better integration between the events that were previously being held fully through socials and actual in-game leaderboards and scoreboards.
Okay.
Andre, how many people are working on the game? Like, not, like obviously XD as a studio is pretty big, but as far as the team that works on Torchlight Infinite, how many people are developing the game?
I'm not sure exactly how large the development team is right now. Let me see if I can get a general number.
And everybody in chat, after this section, we will open it up to Q&A from the audience, just FYI.
I will say, I probably cannot give you the specific numbers, but I would say it's a relatively small studio. So I've got the numbers for the full staff here. So this includes the development team and then the publishing team. And the publishing team, as you might know, we work on several projects, so we're not exclusively tied to Torchlight.
Yep.
And both of them, we're just talking about a few dozen people.
Okay. It's like a
I mean,
company like Diablo 4.
Yeah, it would be way smaller. Yeah.
No, but I mean, if you're talking about even 25 people working on the game, you have studios.
It's a bit more than that.
Yeah, I mean, you have studios like Crate that made Grim Dawn. That's like a studio of 15 people. The initial size of Last Epoch for EHG was like 40 people. So, no, I mean, it's solid.
All right. Well, I'm ready to get started with the quick fire questions with the hard hitting quick answer questions here. What's your favorite food?
Oh, I have this almost like OCD thing with food where I like very basic, simple stuff. So I basically live off of tuna, oatmeal, boiled eggs. Yeah, oatmeal. I like oatmeal. It's safe. It's safe and consistent.
Nice. Okay.
You always know what you're getting.
Do you like listening to Slim Shady, Eminem?
Slim Shady. Is there any specific reason for that question?
No, I'm just asking.
Not really, I would say.
Okay.
I mean, he was kind of popular in Europe when we were going through high school, maybe, but I don't think I've heard any of his recent stuff.
Okay.
Will you consider a better league start time for EU players other than 4 a.m.?
Oh, that is very difficult because we timed the league start with China. So the league is opening at the same time globally. And I do not think that there is a time schedule that will be satisfactory for all 3 regions. So basically the way we schedule it right now is that we had to basically prioritize North America and China, which are, well, not just China, but also countries like Japan and Korea. So we basically had to make sure that those were daytime and it was impossible to basically
Okay.
ensure that Europe will be daytime as well. Sorry,
S-
sorry, Europeans.
Seeing as the Western releases on the 4th of July, are we going to get some kind of special something in the West to celebrate?
I wonder if the devs actually realized that the 4th of July was going to be.
I think it's like the 4th major holiday in all of the United States. It's absolutely huge. That's okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
That will be a very controversial
get
thing.
like a eagle outfit, you know.
They should drop a bald eagle pet. That's free, of course. You know, it's
Yeah, of course it's free.
duh. All right.
Okay, do you watch anime?
I've watched more in the past, not so much as of recently.
All right, real
the
quick.
last,
Yeah, go on. No, I was just
the
gonna ask
last,
one anime.
yeah, the last anime that I watched recently was actually quite old, but I only got to it recently. Monster, the one about the doctor like chasing the serial killer, Johan, and sorry. Yeah, please go on with your question. I kind of cut you
Oh
off.
no, it's supposed to just short answer. You don't really watch it. It's fine. I mean, one
I
more
watched
question.
more of it in the past, not so much as of lately. Yeah.
Okay. What's going to be the strongest hero next season?
Perfect, honest answer. I actually do not know because what happens, and this is also very straightforward explanation that I got from the dev team before, is that of course they have their own expectations for who's going to be the strongest hero.
Yep.
And then like 2 or 3 weeks into the game, some player discovers like this way of combining some mechanics that were outside their expectations.
A hidden synergy.
Yeah, basically. And then they're like, "Oh, we didn't actually plan for that." So even if I could give you the answer regarding what the devs think is going to be the top 3 strongest heroes, it might very likely not be accurate. That's all.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you have any tattoos that you regret?
It depends on my mood. Sometimes all of them, even. Sometimes I'm like, oh, what will life be like if I never got any of them?
I see.
Yeah, like, sometimes you're going through immigration at certain airports and you get randomly stopped every time and you kind of start wondering, I wonder if I didn't have any of them, if I would still be randomly checked.
That happens to my brother. He's got tattoos all over. Happens all the time.
Yeah.
If Aaron pays for shipping for other things, like random objects in your office, like your boss's stapler, will you send that to him?
Yeah, why not? Sure, let's do it.
Have you ever watched the YouTube channel? This is from chat earlier in pre-show. Have you ever watched Linus Tech Tips, the YouTube channel?
I do not look like Linus. Oh god, why is that the second time that comes up?
We were talking about it in the pre-show.
Where'd you hear it? Where'd you hear it first?
Oh, so funny. I asked everybody, are you happy? I asked. So you do know the YouTube channel Linus Tech Tips?
Yes, I do know the YouTube channel. It has never even crossed my mind that, no, I don't know what people are talking about.
What is the strangest tattoo that you have?
Strangest tattoo? I just got this one from like the road signs in Japan. Like when you're driving around through highways or whatever, they have that kind of dummy. It's like waving around, telling people to wear their seatbelt. That's cute. Why not?
If there is anything you could snap your fingers and bring to Torchlight Infinite tomorrow for the new season, what would it be? Something the game's missing, something you want.
That's good.
All those players who have been too stubborn to try the game because they're like, oh, it's made by a Chinese developer, it was made for mobile, and it's hidden behind this nasty mobile UI. Like, just bringing that massive player base who's been afraid of trying out the game so far. And I am absolutely sure in my heart that we would have a very high retention rate among those players.
Okay.
That was my last question, Frosty. If you've got anything
I think
else.
I got like 2, maybe 3 more.
Okay.
If Aaron and I had to fight to the death, who do you think would win? I'm not
Aaron
even-
is looking. Aaron is looking kind of.
Dude,
Aaron is looking kind of jacked, but I don't know. I don't know how useful that is in an actual fight.
Yeah, I'm slow. And I'm not jacked.
Right.
I've got the dad bod, you know.
My wife says Aaron, so I mean it's okay if you agree too.
Rusty plays default. I can't read the chat. I shouldn't be reading the chat. Sorry.
Should I read it? No, I'm curious.
No, we'll get to chat. Frosty's gonna finish his questions. We'll move to Q&A.
Okay. All right. You know, if you can't answer that, that's fine. Let's ask one you can answer. If you could fight any other community manager in any other game, who would you fight?
Oh, that's a good one. If it was Diablo 4, you'd fight Adam Fletcher.
You could say no comment.
No, actually, I do have a comment, but I'm sure he's just doing some other games that you guys probably
Fine.
aren't paying attention to. It's actually one of our former co-workers. He went on to do a few other mobile games published by Lilith. He went on to do AFK Arena 2, I believe, and what's the other one?
Do you think you could take him? You think you could take him or what?
Yeah, of course. We almost fought at the office a few times.
Oh, perfect.
Okay, my final question. Would you consider bringing a boss into Torchlight called Diablo? So you can have Diablo in your game before Diablo 4 does. This would generate a lot of media attention for free.
It's a good question.
I wonder if it's actually copyrighted. Like, I may Google
Isn't,
that.
I don't think you can really copyright.
Well, what you would do is you would bring in a big red demon and call it right. You know, like you just don't call it Diablo.
We can bring in a map. So first of all, that's what I was thinking of. I couldn't remember it. It was not his friend. It was like the mountain. Like there's a national mountain or mount called Mount Diablo, something like that, which is where Bravik used to go hiking or whatever. So maybe we have a map called Mount Diablo, and then we have like this boss that's like
perfect.
Totally not Diablo. Totally not Diablo. Something.
That's
else.
what you should name it. Totally not Diablo.
Exactly. Like totally not Diablo. That's the boss name.
Honestly, I mean, it is truly a fantastic idea too. It is a really, really good idea. Okay, Frosty, that was your last question?
Yep.
All right, you officially, Andre, made it past the hot seat. Nice job. We are going to wind down the podcast with Q&A, switching back to our last scene.
Yes, sir. Also bring Twitch up here.
All right, everybody. If you are on YouTube, X, or on Twitch, this is the time where you can submit questions to Mr. Andre. Torchlight Infinite's new season, Clockwork Ballet, kicks off on the 4th of July, tomorrow. And I don't know what time. Isn't it super late? I think it's super late. I could look it up.
It's gonna be 7. It's gonna be 7 p.m. in PST. I'm not sure which
7 p.m. PST.
Yeah. So
it's
I'm
late.
not sure which time.
Okay, I got one to start out with. Mega Grubby asks, and I don't really understand what this means.
Oh, he's our Reddit mod.
Oh, well, there you go. He asked this question. SS4 slowed down the endgame by pushing cards and compasses to later stages. Having to clear 8-1 before using a compass is a pretty extreme DPS/defense gate. Any plans to move compasses back to somewhere in tier 7? What % of players complete 8-1? Whatever that means.
Good one. So actually, funny enough, I actually saw that comment on Reddit, and I asked the development team at the time, and actually they did move compasses up with like this quick cheeky last time revision before the build went out. So
Okay.
essentially in our revised final patch notes, compasses have actually been moved up so that the first one is gonna unlock in tier 7. And
Perfect.
regarding so yeah, I think that addresses half of the question. Compasses are going to be available a little bit earlier. And regarding how many players made it to time mark 8 in the last season, I don't have the actual full numbers in front of me, but I can say it was a very steep decrease after time mark 7.2. So basically, that's one of the reasons we actually tried to make the whole thing more stable, was that we didn't see such a sharp crash after a certain point in the mid-game progression.
Okay. Question from LV. Any chance you see a Diablo 2 style rune words in Torchlight in the future? Any topics around basically sockets or anything like that? And it's okay to say you don't know. Or...
It's more that I don't know what we can promise right now, because the development team is in a kind of awkward position in that regard, because of a lot of the functions that some of our more core players are asking right now, they would actually greatly complicate Torchlight Infinite's game mechanics. And we're still trying to position ourselves as a more fast-paced, streamlined, simple, intuitive offering compared to something like, PoE.
Okay.
So, of course, the devs are always thinking about, hey, should we introduce this? Should we have like such and such room system or something like that? But then someone comes along and says, bro, players are already complaining that crafting is too complicated. Season 1 players are complaining that they're coming back to the game and they don't want, for example, they don't want the passive tree to become like PoE or something like that. So, yeah, basically...
I actually think Torchlight is decently complicated. Just throwing it out there. Like,
me too.
It's actually, like...
I think it's as complicated as you want it to be for what was designed for a very streamlined offering. So basically, you can make it to the in-game without much effort, just basically copying a build off of max roll and not putting too much thought into any overly complicated mechanics. But, if you're going for the leaderboards, if you need a lot of FE, if you're really trying to, cap out damage, you're going to have to put some work in.
Yep.
You might have to reset your character more times than you would expect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Senior Card Gauge asks, when I have multiple characters, it is annoying to have to move beacons to each character's inventory. Can we ever use beacons from the stash or some other shared inventory?
I would have to ask if that can be feasible.
Okay.
Development-wise, it should be very simple, but whether it will be implemented or not is not something I can answer right now.
All right.
Have you personally played Torchlight 1?
No, I have not. I saw
That is from Walker.
in the comment section. Yeah,
Yes.
I saw that question in the comment section. No, I have not.
Okay, Gazzy TV, the popular streamer best known for his ARPG game and hot tub streams, wants to know if the item For You Who Are Calm, which makes noises whenever frost spirits take damage, can be fixed. This happens in the Mistville menu. They keep popping the reaction, making you need to unequip the item for his own sanity, or he just keeps hearing stuff happen. That makes any sense. I did not know what.
I don't know what that means.
Basically, sound effects glitch? Or...
Yeah, it's like I think it's a chess piece. It's for you who are calm, which it's like something where frost spirits, when they take damage, an effect happens. So when he's in the Mistville menu, he's hearing this noise happen all the time. So if anyone's on the team listening, that happens.
I'll put
I
that down.
guess. Yep.
Andre, do you play any bullet hell games? An example would be like Vampire Survivors, Death Must Die.
I have more in the past when I was really into MAME emulation. At a certain point when I was in high school, I even kind of built this mini cabinet at home, but not as of lately. I haven't played any recent bullet hell games, I think.
Okay. Can you generally explain the new Netherrealm talent system for new players? And for those experienced players, what should they be looking forward to with this new system?
So I'll split this into two parts. First, for returning players and then for new players. So basically, the new talent system, it comes to replace another system that we had in place before that was called the trade cards system, which, you know, it was a mechanic where basically as you grinded through the Netherrealm maps, you would have these cards that you would then level up and then build your own deck, which you could then, have different decks for different mapping strategies. The main issue with this is that the transition from mid game to end game was more steep and more painful than it should be, and there were honestly a lot of balancing issues with the trade cards in general, and we gave a lot of thought into how to balance this, and we basically decided, well, why don't we just scrape it all together? That's at this point, that's probably going to be a safer option. So then we introduced this new passive system, which is called the voice chart in game, which is basically just, it's a series of talent trees of passives that you basically just level up as you wish, and it's much more accessible in the sense that you can basically tailor it as you want. It can grant you something like 100% in certain game mechanics, so basically you're not as overly reliant on something like the RNG that you will get from the card drops. And you can basically start planning out your mapping style much earlier in advance. So what does this translate to into new players? You're basically going to have a more familiar ARPG experience. It works much more like a familiar passive talent tree system that you can just keep developing all the way into endgame.
Okay.
I understood that second part for sure.
I got a question around regional pricing. Andre, is it possible to have more specific pricing for the region, not based on the dollar or euro?
As long as we keep using one build, meaning one universal build that is sent out to all stores, meaning all the app stores, Steam across all regions, I do not believe it will be possible. We would have to publish the game separately. So, for example, we would have to have something like Torchlight Infinite, the North American server, Torchlight Infinite, the South American build, something like that. Then we could do that, but it's not in our plans. However, I can give players a very quick recommendation, is that if you do think that prices are too steep in your region, you can try to recharge via the official website, which basically cuts around the store commissions and
that's a good tip.
Good tip.
It does give you a certain discount. Yeah.
Okay, my final community question here. Macro Hiruma asks, any plans to add a wilt-based character or hero trait? In the current game, wilt has a very narrow build path and playable heroes. It would be nice to see the mechanic revisited and new ways to play it. And also, before you answer, can you briefly explain what wilt is for any new players or people who have not played the game yet?
Basically a poison system. Whether we
It looks like Void from last Epoch. It's a purple damage over time dot.
Okay.
Yeah.
whether we hope to have a wilt based hero trait or something focus on more wilt, not something I can answer right now. At this point, I do not even know who the next season's hero trait is going to be.
Carino. Sorry.
I mean, for Carino.
No, I know. That's
Oh,
what I'm
you mean
saying.
you want another Carino?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because how it works, first of all, is that the development pipeline is that you have different character designers working on different hero traits, and how they actually get published, it depends on not just what gets finished first, but also what the team lead thinks is more appropriate for this season, what's going to help push the season pass more and whatever. So, yeah, at this point, I cannot safely say what's in store for new upcoming heroes.
Okay. Have you played Diablo 4?
Very briefly. I played Diablo 2 a lot. I played Diablo 4 a lot, and I don't know. It felt kind of foreign to me. I don't know. I just feel more comfortable going back to Diablo 2.
Okay.
I do think it's very important to get some hours in as someone doing an aspiring competitor product.
Well, I already told you I'm going to get you a copy of Last Epoch, so.
I would be totally up for streaming.
I am not getting you a copy of Diablo 4. That's too expensive for me. But look into it. Maybe the company will get it for you. Just say it's part of work.
No. I do have Diablo 4.
Oh, okay. Good.
Yeah.
Normally, we put people on the spot and ask them 1 through 10, 10 being the best. What would you rate Diablo 4 in its current state?
Look, you're really trying to get me into trouble, aren't you?
Yes. No. You could just say no comment.
Yeah.
Say no comment.
Or allegedly and then give a number.
I'll say no comment for now, but I would say it's also not the worst thing that's been put out recently under the
Nice.
Diablo.
Not the worst thing. That's pretty good.
Not the worst thing. Oh,
Okay.
perfect. That's perfect. That's a good answer. That is a good
Put
answer.
that on the back of the next box.
All right, I'm just throwing it out there. Final warning on X, YouTube, or Twitch. If anybody has any questions for Andre, it is now or never.
Yeah, so Jemmy Silverhands asks, are there any plans to add to the main campaign storyline?
Question. Yeah, the campaign kind of drops off, and I honestly do not know. It's from what I've seen so far, not in. I would say don't expect it for the following season after this one either.
Okay.
I feel like even though from gameplay kind of point of view, if you're one of those players that cares about lore in general, it does feel kind of like dropped off. But I guess what the dev team felt was that most players didn't care about the lore that much, so they were like, "Oh, let's just focus on the media and game mechanics, and maybe we'll get back to this sometime in the future when."
I can't speak for everybody, but at least the people in the part of my community, there are some people that like lore, but an overwhelming majority, it's how fast can I beat the campaign to get to end game? Or there's actually people, not right now, but earlier in chat asking, is there ever going to be an end game or a campaign skip? Kind of like an adventure mode in Diablo. Like people, I feel like most people will like that.
I mean, that's personally the case for me. Like, I am not one for lore in most games. So, for example, a quick story. So, I don't know if you guys know him, but we had this previous community manager, Lauren, which actually sits behind me in the office. And he's playing the new Elden Ring DLC right now.
Nice.
And what's hilarious to me is that as he's playing the game, he has like two screens. On one screen, he's like, playing the game. And then during his downtime, he's like watching lore analysis videos. He really can. And I mean, it's just interesting to me, like how people can get such a different experience from the same exact game. Because like, I have never personally looked into the lore for any of the Souls games, like, but I know that's something of
Bloodborne's pretty good.
Yeah.
Just saying.
So in the case of Torchlight, I think most of the player base have not, carried that much for lore that it has become a high priority in the development team's eyes. Let's just phrase it like that.
Sweet. I'm good, Frosty.
Yeah, I'm good too. I think we got through a lot today.
Yeah, holy smokes, it was a lot. Andre, do you have anything you would like to say at the end, sir? The floor is yours.
I know a lot of players on the stream right now are not Torchlight Infinite players. I'm guessing most people on stream right now are less Epoch players, I would say.
We don't even like Last Epoch. What game is that?
New season is launching tomorrow. SS5 Clockwork Ballet. It's going to be launching July 4, 7 p.m. PST. So if you have not, please check it out. If you were, pushed away by the mobile UI, we did make some improvements to it. I would say it's much closer to what the industry standard for ARPGs is right now. There's still a lot of work to be done as far as UI and controls go, but speaking of controls, we've actually done a lot of work this past season where if you like playing on a controller, that's actually feasible right now. Not all devices are supported right now, but I would say most are. And it's actually also being implemented to a point where you can use a control for basically most menu interactions, except some where you're still going to have a mouse. I don't know about you guys. I personally play with a controller most of the time because I get really bad carpal tunnel on my right hand from all the mouse clicking in ARPGs. So I do prefer playing with a controller. So yeah, next season is right around the corner. If you have not, then please check out SS5 Clockwork Ballet coming tomorrow. I promise you, it is much, much better than you expect.
All right. Andre, thank you so much for joining me and Frosty today. This was a very fun podcast. And in the future, of course, you are welcome back. Clockwork Ballet SS5 kicks off on the 4th of July. And it's going to be a lot of fun. I main Carino. I got a new Carino class. So, of course, I am excited. So that's going to do it for episode 3 of the Town Portal podcast. And once again, I'm going to give the final word to Frostylaroo.
Oh, my God.
Once you give me the thumbs up, I've already got my finger on the button.
Okay. Well, thanks, Andre, for coming and sharing your insights with Torchlight. Anyone watching, feel free to look Andre up. I think you stream, right?
So I've actually never shared my personals because that's always been a point of contention. Like, should I get my personals mixed up with work? But
well, if you do comment,
yeah, I would say I can make like a gaming specific account that would be more isolated. It would not be my work account, but it would also not be my full personal account.
All right.
Well, and I could stream Last Epoch for that.
Yes. Okay. So exactly. Aaron's going to probably post this episode on his YouTube. Comment your stream information. You're going to be streaming Last Epoch. And everyone feel free to like, comment, and see you next time on the next podcast. Bye. Thumbs up.
Perfect. Bye. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, guys. All right. Andre and Frosty, I am out of here for the post show. Thanks, guys.
All right. See ya.
Okay. Thank you for having me. See ya.
Of course. Mr. LaRue. Bam. And bam. Look at that. Hello, everyone. Wait, Frosty's still in chat. He's back. He's back. Frosty is going back to D4. Trust, can't play TLI. So now I have to choose between Diablo 4 and Last Epoch. How are you going to be able to make that decision? Huh? Also, OMG, sorry for and not letting Andre introduce himself. I'm new. You're totally fine. You're totally fine. All right. My wife is already summoning me. So we've got a couple of minutes. Just a couple of minutes. What did everybody think of today's podcast? Dude, I want this Carino. Ian, are you still out there? I'm going to throw this on their socials. I'll pay for it. I'm not even asking for free or a handout, you know? Dude, did you eat dinner yet? No, I haven't eaten or done anything. Podcast was amazing. I'm glad you liked it. Who was the Andre guy? Anyways, he is the community manager for XD that takes care of everything Torchlight Infinite. He is lives in Shanghai and works at the XD office. Good show. Andre seems like a nice guy. Good interview. Do we, though? Uh-oh, the wife's in chat now. Dang it. Those podcasts are awesome. I'm glad you like it. Did Andre play Last Epoch? He has not played Last Epoch. I told him I'm going to get him a key, and he promised he would play it. Yeah, I told Frosty, introduce Andre, and he just started asking a question. It's okay. You did great, Frosty. You did good. Podcasts are fun. He definitely was into the style with the backdrop and the shirt. No, I totally agree. Aaron, I feel like I'm going to lose badly to you this season. The new Carino looks wild. I know. But again, it just sucks. You guys know how much I like Torchlight. But I just Last Epoch cycle. My main game is July 9th. And Andre was very honest. You know, he said the quiet part out loud, which I appreciate. Yeah, we picked the 4th of July to launch. We picked that date based upon other competitors. So whether it was, again, the first Descendant or Once Human or Diablo 3 Season 32 or Final Fantasy, they undercut Last Epoch by 5 days. So it's just, you know, what am I going to do? I say give that man a promotion. Great showing. Thank you, Autobot. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'd like to see D4 devs do this, but I think they are afraid of Redman. No. The D4 devs, we might be able to get Adam on. It's possible. How are you going to balance TLI and LE? Like, I am a main of Last Epoch. So, there's nothing that's going to change that, at least currently. So if they launch close together, Last Epoch will take precedent. Aaron needs to focus on LE, of course. My mess ups add to the charm. You didn't even mess up. It was totally fine. You just didn't introduce our guest. That's all. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. D4 devs can handle messy interviews, even have paper towels ready for it. That's right. Get Diablo on. He's taking Joe over now. Oh, no, I'm texting the wife. Get Joe Shelley on, Tech? Is that what you're saying? You think that would work out good? Get on Joe Shelley. That was a fun one. I had a lot of fun with Andre. That was good. I will say, I feel like people are going to watch that and be like, damn, Aaron was brutal reading those comments on Steam. He said he wanted to see him. He did say that. He said it. Yeah, that was too far for sure. See, this is what I gotta listen to. I liked his response. Yeah, it was rough. I don't know. Joe's my biggest fan, but I think Adam Fletcher likes my videos. See, Frosty, you are the Diablo 4 super fan. I do know those gentlemen, but if you're going to get him to come on the podcast, you can do it. You can do it. Okay. I have a question for everybody. It's kind of a weird question. Tonight, me and my family are taking our 4th of July pictures. You're probably thinking, like, what are you talking about? Yes, we take... They are ready for me to take my picture. Do I leave the stream on and come back, or do we call it a night? What do you guys think? Hello, all you Torchlight Infinite super fans, right? My wife is summoning me. Go ahead and call it, in my opinion. I should have asked to say that. Late night LE gameplay in VIP voice. It's not a terrible idea. The picture better have an eagle in the background. Just for reference, if you want to see my last 4th of July picture from last year, if you didn't see it yet, it is... Get out of here, happy wife, happy life. It is 4th of July picture time. It's in my onesie. I'm in my onesie. America brings tears to my eyes. Where's the firepower? The firepower is not in the picture, but please believe we are well protected. All right, everybody. No, I think that's good. Let's go raid somebody, and we can call it a night. We went 5 hours, and you're right. I don't want to be like, honey, I've got to go. People are waiting. You know, happy wife, happy life. I think that's a good decision. Already rated Karn. Who is this? Mike one up? No, Mike isn't on. Hurry up, the minions will only wait for so long. I'm raiding somebody right now, honey. All right, everybody. As always, if you need anything, hit me up on Discord. Tomorrow I am not streaming for the 4th of July. Just FYI, we will be back on Friday with Last Epoch, Torchlight Infinite, Dev Chat Bingo, and I will be dropping very soon the brand new community race, my new treasure hunt race for Last Epoch. Make sure you join the Discord. We also have an active giveaway in the Discord right now. Just for being a part of it, a free copy of Last Epoch. So I'll see you all on Friday. Hit me up on Discord if you need anything. You're all awesome. Have a great night, Frosty. Thanks for the podcast. It was fun. Bye.